Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi. Greetings. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for being here. If you have decided to be, my name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is with us, too.
What up?
There in Manhattan. Are you on all week?
This week, yes.
Oh, look at you.
I gotta send you an email about next week.
You what?
I say I gotta send an email about next week. Next week's a weird week.
Next week's weird anyway, because I'm out
Yeah.
Wednesday, and we're all out Wednesday, and then I'm out Friday, so.
My sister and niece and nephew are coming to town Monday through Friday, and I told them, I was like, I can't take...
good for you.
I was like, I can't take the whole week off, because then the next week I have shows, and then the week after that we're out, so it's we gotta figure out what's going on. I think I'll probably just be out Monday, so I can pick them up from the airport and get them settled and stuff. I don't know yet.
Yeah, well, let me know.
Everything's a mess.
Yeah, next week's a weird week. All the way around. What are you going to do with them?
I don't know yet. That's why I was saying
Let's go to
yesterday.
Coney
kind
Island.
of. Well, it's hot, dude. And I
Well,
was
yeah,
like,
but
maybe
you're
we
by the
spend,
beach.
Yeah, spend a day at the beach would be cool. The around the town stuff, you know, Statue of Liberty, Central Park,
Yeah.
all that stuff.
Things you probably haven't done.
No, I did it with Brian and Blake actually.
Oh, you did?
Because they came for her spring break in April.
I see.
So I'm like, I'm fine doing it, but it's friggin' hot, dude. Especially for kids to be walking around all day and get whiny. And
How old's the kid?
They're 10 and 12, so they're not like super young. But I don't know, man.
I've never been to the Statue of Liberty.
It's
all the times I've gone to New York, I've never gone over to the Statue of Liberty.
It's kind of overwhelming, like, because you hear so much about it. You've obviously seen pictures. It's on, you know, it's everywhere. And then you get there, and you're like, dang, dude, this thing is freaking huge. The day that we went, the inside was closed, so we couldn't go, like, up into the crown and tour that part, which I definitely do want to do. But it's, dare I say, moving.
What were they? Well, yeah, I can understand that.
You know?
Would they close the inside there to, like, hose it down, or what do they do?
I have no idea. We just got there, and they said, hey, you can't go up in the crown today.
I see.
They don't offer a lot of explanations.
Well, we don't have to tell you nothing, all right? You just can't go up in the crown. Is that okay for you?
Sorry, tourists.
It's like in St. Louis when the arch is closed. It's like, that's the only reason people come here. What do you mean it's closed? What do you mean I can't get up in there? Yeah, okay. No, I've never gone out to the Statue of Liberty. Well, then maybe this next time, go out there and maybe the crown will be open.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think that would definitely be a cool thing to do. They want to see, obviously, Times Square, but, like, Times Square is not something that takes all day. Like, you go into Times Square and you take a couple pictures and you're like, that's Times Square. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
not
you
like,
walk them into the M&M store and all
yeah,
that stuff.
yeah. So, I don't really know yet.
Huh. I heard that the guy who owns the Comedy Cellar bought the McDonald's around the corner. He's turning it into something.
I heard that, too, that they were going to turn it into, like, a fifth room or something.
Because he's already got half that block, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. Because he's got the restaurant upstairs and then the original
Underground.
Comedy Cellar, which is directly underneath the restaurant. The restaurant's called the Olive Tree on MacDougal Street.
Yep.
And then around the corner, they have their biggest room, which is called the Village Underground. And then next door to that is a bar that they turned into a comedy room called the Fat Black Pussycat. And then behind that is a little lounge called the Lounge at the Fat Black Pussycat. So they already have
Got a
4
giant
rooms.
complex.
Yeah.
It's like hilarities.
Yeah, except in
with
New York
4 rooms.
City.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, I mean, for a place like Cleveland, Nick's got quite the complex going on there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And probably twice the square footage and a fraction of the price.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it is funny, though, how that place blew up because, 30 years ago, if you went to the Comedy Cellar, it was kind of like, yeah, you might see somebody, and that was like on a Thursday night, maybe. Now, what, they got 4 shows every night of the week?
They have 4 rooms every night of the week.
Yeah.
They have like...
And each room has 4 or 5 shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably have, I'd say, at least 10 shows a night.
Crazy.
And they're all sold out.
Yeah.
Every single show, every single room, every single night. Sold out 100% of the time. It's crazy.
Yeah. This is a bigger deal than the 80s comedy boom for them.
Yeah.
Well, that's very exciting.
And then they also have a club in Vegas now too?
Yeah?
Yeah, they have a Comedy Cellar in Vegas.
Is it the Comedy Desert? Did they rename it?
No.
Oh. You haven't gone out there to do that?
No, I'm not past there yet.
Oh,
so you
okay.
only get one
Can you
audition.
get passed in Vegas but not in New York?
No, you have to be passed everywhere.
What do you do?
So you only get one audition. It's 5 minutes. It's the same show, the same host, and the same time slot, so nobody can complain and be like, well, I was on the 10 o'clock and I didn't get it. But if you don't get passed, this could be hearsay, but this is what some other comics told me, but if you don't get passed on your first audition, they make you wait 3 years.
3
I don't know if
years?
that's true or if that's just what someone was saying to scare me, but I have not auditioned there yet.
Is it because you're scared?
Yes.
Oh, because you. Well,
It is.
but
It
but I
really
bet it wouldn't be
is.
hard to find out if that was true or not.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm also scared because it's like a big deal where
Yeah.
it's like, it's the Mecca. It's the place.
But that's why you went to New York.
It is why I went to New York. That's true. I did want to get my grounds a little bit, with the scene and doing shorter sets, and it's only a 5-minute audition, so.
Have you
I'm
ever done a
hoping-
set in shorts?
Not. I've worn a dress a couple of times. I don't know about
That
shorts.
doesn't count.
So then no, probably.
I mean, like big, billowy, knee-length cargo shorts.
Adam Sandler shorts.
No, I can say no to
Big,
that
long, wavy basketball shorts.
one. Wavy.
Well, they're like floppy. Sandler walks around. The guys who like the giant basketball shorts. I don't know why, but
Yeah.
that's what they like.
No, I have not.
Okay.
Usually jeans.
Yeah, okay. Well, that makes sense. Has Mary been to the Nexus of the Universe, First and First Street? That's some nerd reference I'm not hip to.
I have no idea what that is.
All right. Doctor Who or Harry Potter, some nonsense. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 is how you do that. If you're listening to us on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. What else? Oh, you can watch live if you like. That's at alancoxshow.com. Who's helping out with the show today? Degro Shenshay's. Degro Shenshay's. Good enough. And we'll be back after this.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the
for a payout.
He's posing as my attorney in a court.
There were moments where Manny would assume the role of undercover police officer.
Listen to Number One Dad on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Number One Dad.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
Hey, what's up?
remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Well, you got one past me. It's not going to happen often. But every once in a while it will. That's what I get for being so snarky so early in the show. Nexus of the Universe is a Seinfeld reference.
Ooh, dork.
I know, right? And I didn't get it. This is when Kramer's lost, going to visit his girlfriend.
Well, what street are you on? Okay, I'm on First and First. How can the same street intersect with itself? It must be at the nexus of the universe. Just wait there, I'll pick you up. And Kramer, stay alive. No matter what occurs, I will find you.
Yeah, well, there you go. Here they were trying to be funny with me. They were trying to have fun, which is what we're here to do. They were trying to engage with Captain Fun, and I didn't get it. My apologies. I'm not going to get them all, and that one went past me. I got to say, that's not one of my favorite episodes either. If I'm going to miss a Seinfeld reference, I'm not completely surprised that one. The one where Kramer's dating a girl like in another part of the city, and he refers to it as a long-distance relationship, and then he gets lost. It's been wild to see Michael Richards do all of the press he's been doing for his memoir because he has been so voluntarily out of the public eye for a long time. And to come back because you have to do all that press. It's been very, very strange. And he's been, obviously, because these are things in the book, you know, he's been very candid and open about, you know, his voluntary removal of himself from showbiz. And if he hadn't done it, showbiz would have done it for him for a while. But he always kind of had a, by his own admission, he always seemed like a quietly angry guy. If you watch any of those Seinfeld bloopers, Michael Richards is always the guy who was not having fun when somebody flubbed because he wanted to do it the way it was supposed to be done, and he wanted to stay in the mindset. Everybody else is cracking up and having a good time, and he didn't really have too much fun with that. So it's been wild to see him do all that press. Guardians over the Reds last night. That's only the first of two. They'll play them again tonight at the Great American Ballpark there in Cincinnati. 5-3 was the final last night. 7-10 is the second game before they head up to Toronto to play the Blue Jays through the weekend, and then on Tuesday they will be back to host the Mariners at Progressive Field. Dude got tased last night.
Yeah.
At the ballpark.
He ran onto the field, did a backflip, and then got tased.
Yeah, and he's got to go to court over it. I was watching one of Channel 5, I guess, threw it to a Cincinnati affiliate talking about it.
Is it a
The
good
Reds
backflip?
are losing.
Yeah.
He's like, what do I have to lose? Jumps onto the field and approaches a Cleveland Guardians player. I want you to see this video, and I'll walk you exactly through it. This is 19-year-old William Hendon. Runs over, tries to give a fist bump to that guy, and he sees a cop running at him. He stops to do a backflip, kicks that officer's hat off.
Tased him.
Don't worry, it only took that officer a second to pull out his taser and hit him in the back. You see back up there. These are the players in the background just standing there, hands on their hips. Like, come on, get this guy off of here. There he is again, another angle, talking to the Cleveland Guardians player. He's wearing a Johnny Bench jersey, and it's hard to tell, but I just saw some slow motion video of this. He's just wearing his white socks. No shoes on this guy. William Hendon, he was taken to the Hamilton County Justice Center. He was booked within an hour of this incident happening.
I wonder if they have stadium jail there in Cincinnati. I got to tell you, I feel like it was I was either misunderstood it or was kind of sold a bill of goods, because the articles that I saw kept referring to the guy as a streaker, and I guess I think of a streaker as somebody who's running around naked. Is that not the case? Can you streak with your clothes on?
Yeah, that's what I always thought. Maybe, you know, words change over time, and now maybe just anybody running out onto the field, they're considered a streaker.
I guess so.
But yeah, usually it's a naked guy or a naked person.
And so when I fired up the video, I was like, oh, they're going to have to blur this guy out. They tased him buck naked. No, he's running around wearing a Johnny Bench jersey. Tase the dude. Are you telling me there's two cops out there? And I know they want to get the game going. I understand. And path of least resistance is to just zap the dude and get him down. But chase him around for a little bit. Tackle him. Maybe it's considered more humane to zap him and let him fall of his own volition than have to deal with some kid who was running out onto the field in the first place.
I think also
screaming that he got assaulted by the cops.
He just wasn't going to get caught. That cop probably wasn't going to catch him.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was in tip-top shape. Criminal trespassing and obstructing official business. He pleaded not guilty. He's a sophomore at Ohio State University and is the grandson of a former Hamilton County juvenile court judge.
Oh, I wonder if he'll get off.
Perfect.
Yeah, I wonder
Community
if he has
service.
any connections whatsoever. I'm going to go out there and of course, he's banned from the stadium. Josh Naylor hitting his 17th homer.
50 RBIs.
Yeah.
Doing real good. Team is so good.
Game 2 of the Ohio Cup Series. That's what they call it, the Ohio Cup. That's what a lot of those players put into their uniforms, too.
My sister was at the game the other day, and she texts me, and she goes, is Josh Naylor hot? She's like, I can't tell. I was like, he's like a chubby douchebag, so yes.
Wow,
Like, based
Mary
on
goes
mine.
all,
yeah.
Why is he a douchebag?
He is very braggadocious.
Oh, yes.
That's
Yeah, he's out there killing it.
I know. But
It's
that's
the
what I'm
guys
saying.
it's the guys who are bragging all the time and don't have anything to back it up.
Like, he's good at what he does, which makes him a little bit more attractive. And he is cute. And then he also is a little bit, I mean, he's got a little ego about him. And I was like, yeah, so that's exactly mine and your type to my sister.
Oh, this wasn't a negative. This was
No.
These were all you were.
Those are like, this is why he's hot to you. I was
see.
explaining it because she's like, he's not like really traditionally attractive or what I go for. And I was like, oh, no. Talent mixed with a
Because if you
little
just
bit of
look
ego.
at him,
It's not that hot.
he also he's
he
not
is.
just like, he's weird because he's got like blue eyes.
But he's Canadian and he's biracial.
Biracial,
Yeah.
and so like he's just like you're just like, what happened?
There's some things going on with the dude.
But he kicks ass.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing, Josh.
There you go.
Also, I love that he's kind of a chunky dude, but he still hustles so hard.
Yeah.
He beats out throws to first base all the time because they're like, oh, we got this fat guy. He's not going to make it to first base before we throw him out. And then, boom, again and again, he hustles through plays and just gets it done.
By the way, I know it's in our sports reports, and I think Stansbury might have mentioned it too, but I have been remiss in mentioning that the Cleveland Monsters are one game away from the Calder Cup playoffs.
Yeah, played
They
nice.
came back from like a 3-0 deficit.
Yep.
So if you're a hockey fan, and I am, or just Cleveland sports in general, Cleveland Monsters are in Hershey tonight. And if they win, they're back in the Calder Cup championship game, which is very exciting. Bring another trophy to Cleveland. Why not? Best part of the Streaker video, somebody says how disinterested Stephen Kwan looks. Yeah, those guys just want to get back to playing the game. None of those guys are ever going to be like, yeah, there's a guy on the field. This is great. They just want to get back to playing the game. Got a lot of messages on the iHeartRadio app, on the After Hours line from our conversation yesterday that went a little longer than I had anticipated about Thin Lizzy. Just playing around, and Mary went.
I did not go that hard. I just said they weren't good.
You went in on the band. You went in on anyone who might like the band.
That is not what I said.
You
I
said it
I
reminds me of a
pictured
bunch of fat dads.
I never said fat. I said they were bad dads.
Well,
ignoring their family.
I think fat is implied. You're saying bad dads who are in amazing shape, ignoring their families.
Yes. That's
Are they
exactly
ignoring
what
their
I
families
said.
because they're going to the gym too much?
Yes.
Ah.
Actually.
All right. Then I sit corrected.
Mary lives in New York now, and her boy is out of town, or not in town, when she's in New York. So when he comes to New York, her boy is back in town, in her town, in New York, because she's in New York and he's in wherever y'all are. So her boy is out of town.
Oh, all right. It sounds like she. I
She
guess
just
her
broke
train
it
of thought.
down
Yeah.
there, yeah.
She
Okay.
just. I don't know that that's a reason you should like the song. I mean,
No,
she's
she's just
explaining
saying,
the etymology of it, I guess. But
if you live it, you should like it, I guess.
If you live it, you should like it. Huh. Well, so a lot of other people agree with you, too. So you weren't alone.
I kind of have to side with Mary on the whole Thin Lizzy lame situation. As soon as I heard karaoke with that song, I instantly started thinking of a corporate party that I went to back in the early 2000s with a bunch of drunk guys that thought that they were hot shrimp because of their positions, making $45,000 a year as middle management. Anyway, love you, bye.
It sounds like a lot of baggage goes into how you guys process
That's
music.
what I'm saying.
Like,
and again,
like one person singing, or like one group of guys singing the song is what you immediately think of when you hear the song. I just think of all the good times.
Oh, every good time.
Well, but also, obviously music is very emotional for people. And so any song anyone hears that you might love, somebody else goes, it's the worst song I've ever heard.
Right.
So it's obviously we all know where that's coming from. But that was a very specific anecdote. That he
And like throwing stones from a guy that doesn't have a good phone. I mean, you heard the buzz on that thing. Woof.
But also, a guy in middle management making $45,000, he's looking for things to be happy about. Let him be happy.
Right. They're having
He's
a good
jamming
time.
out to Thin Lizzy. He's
Let 'em
like,
have their moment.
"Woohoo, I'm making $45,000.
Stop yucking yums.
Man.
And also, like, what year were they making $45,000? Because it sounds like it was a while ago. And when making $45,000 a year as middle manager was probably doing pretty good.
Well, unless it was the 50s. I mean,
Hey,
the 60s, 70s, if you're making $45,000 a year. I mean,
if you're making $45,000 a year in the 90s, you're doing okay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Look at the comparison to, like,
yesterday's dollars to today's dollars.
Yeah, there's things like if you were making like $50,000, that's like making $200,000 today in cost and stuff.
Well, I remember when my ex-wife and I were both in radio. We were both at the same radio station. She was on, she was the female on the morning show, and I was on in the afternoon. And both of us combined, we were making like almost $60,000 a year. And when Pittsburgh called me, they offered me 48. And so she didn't want to move. And I said, well, I'm trying to advance my career here, and making a jump in market size and stature from Kalamazoo, Michigan to Pittsburgh was a massive jump. I was going to skip all kinds of small and medium markets. And I said, it's worth the pay cut. And she was very, very resistant to it. I really had to work to convince her that it was the right move. Because she wouldn't have a radio job when we got to Pittsburgh. I would. And so there was that element of it. And then, of course, she came to the conclusion that she was kind of tired of doing radio anyway. So if we had stayed and she had come to that conclusion, of course, I would have probably been very resentful about it. As it turned out, I gave her so many more reasons to resent me down the road that is that even, Steven? Is that the definition of even, Steven? I don't know. But listen, if you're dancing around and you hear a song at a corporate event or otherwise that you love, because you're at the mercy of the DJ. You know, this all started because Bill sang it at karaoke at the Treehouse the other night.
Mm-hmm.
You're not at the mercy of the DJ at karaoke. You are the DJ. Hey, play the song for me. But when you go to an event, you're at the mercy of whatever they're playing. So when people stand up and they go, "Oh, I love this song," you get out there and cut a rug. Do the kids still say cut a rug?
Yep.
Most of them, yeah.
All the time.
Pretty sure that they still do.
That one stuck around.
Uh-huh.
Well, I went away for like 2 years and then came back. $50,000 a year in 1990 would be making $120,000
There's
a year.
no way that's true. Double?
I found it on the internet. It's got to be right.
It's not double. It's not.
I'm sorry?
Yes. I thought he said 90 for rudder. He said 1990, and I thought he said 90. Anyway.
No, 50 to 120?
Yeah.
I mean, that was 34 years ago.
I guess, but it's not like wages have increased along with.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's right. Everybody goes, oh, in today's dollars. Yeah, but nobody gets paid today's dollars compared to those dollars.
That's what I'm saying. If someone was making $45K in the 90s, they're probably doing okay compared to, making $45K now. you're kind of.
Well, all I know is I was making 48 in 1999, and I could barely keep my head above water. So, who knows? 2 camels escaped from the Cedar Point petting zoo. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Anybody see this on? It was on TikTok.
Around, yeah.
Yeah. Running around. Let me find this for you here.
They're going crazy.
Yeah. So I didn't even know they had camels at Cedar Point, and I'm in that camp. I didn't know they had camels at Cedar Point. Just running around.
Jumping in the pens over there.
Oh, get some expletives in these Cedar Point videos, will ya? They're like, hey, which way is the slushy stand, man?
This camel looks so happy to be out.
Yeah, of course.
Of course he is.
Trying to get the hell out of here.
Like, oh, this is so much better. Look, it has so much room for activities.
He's like, stop riding me.
I'm trying to find my family.
It's hump day.
Hump day. He's like, hey, where did everybody go? Well, congratulations to those camels, and I hope that they found the main gates and were able to get back out onto the highway there, where they would subsequently probably get hit and killed by passing cars. Be great if they just went over to the grill and chill there. They got out of the barnyard, which is what they call the petting zoo, but were quickly returned. Nobody got hurt while the camels were out, although one of them nearly kicked a man in a motorized wheelchair. So one of the other videos does have some, I'll show it to you, but I won't air the audio because apparently it's got some expletives. But here, look, watch this. The camel's running around, and there's a guy right there. There's no shortage of motorized wheelchairs at a place like Cedar Point. And this thing, after the initial blush of it getting out of its pen, probably got a little nervous and starts, look at that. He's hopping around. And the guy in the motorized wheelchair is like, man,
chilling,
that was a lawsuit waiting to happen.
He's trying to move into it. Like,
yeah, he's like, I'm already in a motorized
here.
wheelchair. It probably wasn't a wheelchair. That looked more like one of those things that,
like a cart.
Yeah, you ride around in if you're immobilized to some degree. But well, there you go. I guess all's well that ends well. Mary got 50-50 on the Thin Lizzy thing.
Mm-hmm. It's controversial.
But who knew? Who knew it would be so controversial? The late, great Phil Lynott from, people talk about Irish rock stars, and everybody thinks of U2 and things like that, but you'll find quickly that way more people in Ireland love Phil Lynott than love Bono. And maybe that's the way it should be. I remember the second time we went to Dublin for the show, Corey Roddick was with us, and he and I walked over to the bar called the Bruxelles, and right outside there is that classic Phil Lynott statue in bronze. And a very exciting time. Speaking of Ireland, one of the great joys I've ever had on this program was talking to Henry Winkler. It was a long time ago. He's been on the show a couple of times, but it hasn't been for a while. And he just ended up randomly being the guy they talked to on the street during a hotel fire evacuation. It was the Shoreham Hotel, I think. The hotel that we've stayed at in Dublin is called the Fitzwilliam. It's right across from this huge park called St. Stephen's Green. And right around the corner is this hotel. And they've got people on the street as they're, they got the news crews and things, and they've got talking to people who are filing out of this hotel because fire alarms had gone off. And Henry Winkler ends up being one of the guys they're talking to.
When I heard the fire alarm, I thought it was the clock radio. I thought somebody had set the alarm before we got there, like another guest. And finally, I went into another room, and it was still buzzing. So I called downstairs, and the woman said in a very calm voice, "Yes, we're all evacuating. You must evacuate right now." And I left.
I saw you thanking all of the Dublin Fire Brigade there.
You know what? How wonderful. Firemen are some of my favorite human beings. Firemen and firewomen. They run in when other people are running out. I think they deserve to be shook. We came last night. Our plane was delayed in London for about 3.5 hours. This morning we got up and evacuated. And it was an amazing adventure right here in Dublin. I cannot wait to see the rest of Dublin.
Was there a nicer guy than Henry Winkler?
Do they know that's who that was?
I
Or
don't
were
know.
they just...
I don't know if they did initially, but then obviously they were like, oh, I'm sure, yeah. At first they probably just thought it was an old dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's in Dublin promoting his memoir. It's called Being Henry, The Fonz and Beyond. I got to get him back on. I want to get him back on and talk to him about the book because he writes a lot of children's books. He's obviously got a lot of grandkids, but just the nicest dude. You know, instead of being upset, he's like, oh, the firemen are great. I can't wait to see everything else in Dublin. Fantastic. Henry Winkler. Arrested Development alum. He was on Barry most recently, right? For people who watched Barry. He's great. Who was he on Arrested Development? He wasn't Bob Loblaw.
No, he was
the guy that needed to be picked up, or that was Martin Short?
No, that was Martin Short. He was the lawyer before Bob Loblaw, Barry Zuckerkorn.
Zuckerkorn. Oh, that's right. Barry Zuckerkorn.
There's a moment when he microwaves a ding dong in the aluminum wrapper and it explodes, and he just goes, and like they're all like looking at him, and he goes, "I really wanted that."
What a raw moment.
Our old boss here, not in-house, but one of our regional vice presidents was a gentleman named Gene Romano, and he and I go way back. He was my boss when I first went to Pittsburgh, and he became like a corporate guy for iHeart, and he still is. We're just not part of his territory anymore, and every time something would come up and I would mention his name to my wife, she'd always think of Gene Parmesan.
Yeah.
She goes, I can never remember his name. Is it Gene Parmesan? Because that was Martin Mull on Arrested Development,
Right,
and he'd
yeah.
always show up out of nowhere
Yep.
and freak Lucille out.
Yeah, and she'd be
She'd
so
get
excited.
so
about
excited
it.
to see Gene Parmesan. He would just turn around. He'd be in a sombrero and a mustache, and she'd always be so excited. The late great Jessica Walters, but Martin Mull's still alive. He's from the East Side, isn't Martin Mull from Shaker Heights or something?
I believe so.
Okay, I've got to North Ridgeville. Born in Chicago, moved to North Ridgeville.
Okay.
There it is. I'm going to break here. 35192. Want to shoot me a text? AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
and Applebee's both promoting it.
Yeah.
The comments on it are so funny.
They're
Because it's like, yeah, we're like, hey, Mary, 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 Mary. But then, like, it's not the mean ones that are funny.
Oh,
it's
those
the
are
ones
I was focusing on.
Well, yeah. But then the people just like, I went to Applebee's in 1997 and they didn't get me a refill in time and I never, ever went back.
There is a lot of that.
That's all it took?
Dude, people are so petty about things like that.
But it's not even petty. It's just...
That's petty.
But life is inconvenience.
Right, but they don't want to be inconvenienced.
Well,
so
none of us do.
They go,
but...
well, I had one minor bad experience there, and that's that for me.
So some people pull the trigger fast. One strike and you're out.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to restaurants, and we've talked about this, I think you got to give them a couple of chances. Because you can get anybody on a bad night. Now, if you're going to like a chain, it's all kind of mass produced anyway. So if it's bad one time, it's probably bad another time. But there's all variations.
And there's some people that they just love to complain.
And that too. But if
they want to complain because they go, oh, when I complain, they give me stuff. And if you've ever been with somebody that's like that, I cannot be friends with them. I can't, like, I've had.
You mean
people,
they put on social media so that the brand hits them up and go, hey.
They'll either do that. Like, and there's people that, like, have legit gripes. I'm talking about someone every time they go to a restaurant, they complain while they're at the restaurant.
My
they'll
aunt
complain
was like
after.
that.
Yeah, and it's just
There
like.
was nothing was ever
can
right.
be. Yeah, and you're just like, no, not going out with you anymore.
Because they were hard to please or they were specifically trying to get stuff?
Because they're trying to get stuff.
They're a schnurrer. Yeah, okay. I didn't like the New England clam chowder. I ordered Manhattan clam chowder, and they brought me New England. Well, especially if your complaint is because you didn't get a refill fast enough. That's the waiter or waitress, not the establishment.
Also, maybe you just drank the drink way too fast.
Oh, those Dollaritas go down easy.
Oh, slow down on the Diet Coke.
Mostly water.
Full or easy on the Pepsi.
Yeah. Hey, listen, there is great news. Speaking of drinking, there is great news if you are a drunk teacher. We talked about this case a while ago. People called police to report that there was a woman who was a teacher at an elementary school in California who had driven drunk to her job and was teaching the second grade. Is a 57-year-old white lady. And she had a blood alcohol level of 0.20. And she was arrested for driving under the influence and child endangerment. But they dropped all the charges. Basically what amounts to a pile of technicalities. They said that, prosecutors are never going to bring a case that they don't, reasonably believe that they can win because it's a waste of time and resources. And they said that they couldn't determine whether she actually drove drunk or got hammered when she got to school.
Well, that's true.
That's where we are now, by the way, in the education system. Well, did she drink at home and then drive to school, or did she have a bottle of Jack in her desk teaching second graders? And then they said the child endangerment charge didn't hold either because they had no information indicating that the kids were in any kind of trouble or that... So they were like, well, we don't know where. All we know is that she was drunk at school. 0.20. A 57-year-old woman. In the morning, by the way. And they said, obviously, it's highly inappropriate, but it is not illegal to teach while intoxicated. Now, I don't know if this is
Is that technically public, though? Like a public intox?
Well, I thought maybe this was more of a California thing and maybe not a national thing. Some states can really vary with their blue laws, but I don't know. While it's inappropriate to teach intoxicated, it is unfortunately not illegal. Now, I assume that the teacher probably lost her job, but she's not going to go to jail because they had... Is that the one we played the video and they asked the lady, they brought her in?
Yeah, and she was...
And they deposed her?
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, did you...
She's got her big drink with her.
Yeah. Yeah. California's legal limit is 0.08. What's the limit in Ohio? Is
I
it
think it's
0.08?
0.08.
0.08. Yeah, they brought her in and Yuba City.
Yuba.
Isn't that a movie with Allison Janney? Big Doings in Yuba City or something?
I'm not all that up to date on
Allison Janney's filmography.
Yeah.
Gosh, she's a TV reporter. Breaking news in Yuba County is what I was thinking. Anyway, that's now again, I don't know. Look into it. If you are an educator and a part or full-time drunk, look into what the law is in Ohio, because you can't necessarily just take this and run with it. This might be a California thing. And so while it is still inappropriate yet not illegal to do this, you're going to want to find out what the sitch is here in the Buckeye State. So after a big, long investigation, that woman is not going to face any charges. Because I don't know why. It feels like people have caught a whole bunch of charges for less than that when it comes to little kids. You know, they'll fire your ass if you try to talk to your second grade class about a kid that has two dads.
Well, that's Florida.
Well, that's a lot more than Florida. I mean, Florida's the one that gets all the attention. There's a hell of a lot of states that have that on the books. They'll fire a teacher for even talking about gay people existing to little kids. Children who might have, by the way, gay parents. We talked about Joey Chestnut yesterday on the show. Stansbury and I were talking about before his show was over. And that door might not be closed to him because he said he found out on social media that he wasn't being allowed into the Nathan's thing, which probably isn't true. It's probably just PR. You got to know, if you're pimping another brand, it's probably not going to end well. But the Nathan's people, they really want to be in the Joey Chestnut business. Because who else do you have? There's no number two.
Yeah.
For a while, it was him and Kobayashi.
Yeah. He's retired, so it's just like...
You had the yin and the yang, literally. And now Kobayashi's gone, I don't know that they can stand to lose a Joey Chestnut. He said he was...
Caitlin Clark. See what you can do.
He said he was gutted to find out. He was posting on Twitter that he was gutted to learn from the media that after 19 years, he had been banned from the competition. I love that Major League Eating, because they really want him back. Joey Chestnut is an American hero. That's got to make people feel good.
Hero?
Just days after D-Day.
Mm-hmm.
Joey Chestnut is an American hero.
What did he do?
He ate a lot of food.
America.
That takes care of the American part, not the hero part.
Did he do it to save other people from eating it and poisoning themselves?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. This was not some kind of charity situation or anyway, they offered him a lot of money. Sign a contract with Nathan's, and he turned it down. Something like 1.2 mil over 4 years or something like that. And he turned it down because he signed a deal with Impossible Foods to pitch that brand. But Nathan's goes, hey, the door is still open. We'd love to have him back. Unfortunately, Joey and his managers have prioritized a new partnership with a different hot dog brand. So now they got to be on the lookout. I don't even know who's directly behind Joey Chestnut in the competitive eating sphere.
I think it's a
Major League Eating.
I think it's a pretty big gap.
I mean, I thought there had been a couple of up-and-comers over the last few years, but they were women. That's what that sport needs. Because a lot of times these people are not, they're skinny. They're just people who are genetically somehow predisposed. And I know they have to train.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that. Oh, I train. There's never a hot dog off season. But when they talk to these people, they go, what do you do? And they go, well, you got to really stretch your stomach out and you got to work on your esophagus and all that kind of stuff. But some people are just genetically predisposed to be really good at this. And every so often, you'll see some just super skinny, shredded girl
There's a
who
girl-
comes in and
yeah.
murders these competitions.
There's a girl that I'll run across videos of her on Instagram where she's just doing these challenges, and they're like I think she was at a Buffalo Wild Wings, and it was boneless wing day, and they're like, "What's the record here?" And they're like 34, and she did 68 or something like that.
Okay.
Just like a little girl.
An Asian girl named Miki Sudo is the #1 ranked female competitive eater. And again, these aren't big people. So they've got something going on where they, obviously if you're thin, you can eat more. And, if you're already big, that restricts your stomach's ability to expand. Yeah, you can't. It's got nowhere to go.
I was, I don't know if someone told me this or we were talking about like competitive eating, and they said one of the things that a lot of these people eat is grapes, because apparently grapes, because of all the water in them, expand your stomach a lot. So one of the ways that they train is not by eating like mass hot dogs. They'll eat a ton of grapes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you would have to train on another food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is probably why they dunk the hot dogs in water, too. I know that's to, get them down, but...
Well, that's just that you had to take the just to make
coefficient of friction out?
That, and also just make the bread not take up as much room.
Yeah. He hit the world record in 2021 when he ate 76 franks and buns in 10 minutes. This says the #2 is a guy named Jeffrey Esper. He finished second last year, always a bridesmaid. He ate 49 hot dogs, which was 13 fewer than Joey Chestnut. And so the people associated with Major League Eating are, quote, devastated. This is the guy's quote. It would be like Michael Jordan saying, I'm going to rep Nike and Adidas. It just can't happen. Well, there you go. So the competitive eating world, in a very Highlander type situation here with Joey Chestnut. What I love are the still shots. You'll never see a still shot of a competitive eater where they look happy. They always look like they're in immense pain because to some degree they probably are. But there's a lot of money on the line, so you get it. But, when these people do these championships, they're like, ugh, this is my life. I'm in Major League Eating.
Hey, man, if you're making millions of dollars at it, you're doing okay.
Sure, yeah.
If you're being referred to as the Michael Jordan of Major League Eating.
Major League Eating. Yeah. You still
they
doing
get this guy shoes, but they're like the diabetic kind, the black Velcro ones.
Orthopedic, giant, extra wide.
He's got the compression socks as his endorsement.
Do you still do Chipotle commercials?
I haven't in a minute, but I do, technically.
Their CEO is getting a lot of eye rolls from people. Did you read the story about the CEO of Chipotle?
No.
He's not a bad-looking guy, a dude named Brian Nickel. He is the CEO of Chipotle. And he did an interview with Fortune magazine. And, of course, they were bringing him, mentioning people's complaints because Chipotle has kind of not fallen on hard times, but they're not nearly as white-hot as they once were. And so different people have different explanations for that. And anecdotally, a lot of people complain that somehow the portions have gotten smaller. That shouldn't shock anybody. Of course, they push back and they go, absolutely not. But we all know that we're paying the same or more for less. So it's not a huge leap. But this guy wanted to dispel that notion. And he said, listen, usually all you've got to do to get a little more food or a little extra scoop is just give our employees a look.
What? Give them the eyes?
Yeah. He said, most people can get an extra scoop by giving the employees a disappointed look. And people are like, are you insane? I mean, when the CEO walks in, he doesn't have to worry about anything. A disappointed look. First of all, try getting eye contact with the person there. It's not their fault. It's an assembly line. They're just putting stuff on the plate or in the bowl, right? And nowadays, we've all seen plenty of video. Employees are terrified someone's going to jump them because they didn't get enough corn or whatever. That somebody's going to leap over the glass. So it's probably just a defense mechanism that people who work in the service industry in like fast food joints or places like this, they're trying to minimize eye contact with people. They're trying to minimize communication. You just tell them what you want. So everybody was dunking on this guy for saying that if you give them a and what is a disappointed look? Because everybody's got a different one of those too. I've gotten a lot of disappointed looks from people. Story of my life. I don't know what my disappointed look is, and they might misread me. My disappointed look to the person behind the glass making my food, I might to them look inappropriately horny.
Those are the cheese eyes.
I don't know. And so I don't want them to get the wrong impression. But this guy really brushed off those complaints by going, it's okay. You give him so anyway, if you're one of those people who goes there a lot to Chipotle and you've got a similar complaint, give the disappointed look. And if it doesn't work, then write the CEO. Go, hey, I tried that look thing. Didn't work for me.
Didn't work. I ordered ahead, but like still didn't work.
But I always think of the people who are back there working.
Just give them the Tim Robinson.
I always think of the people who are back there working. It's like I said, they're worried about getting jumped. People are filming them all the time now. And look what they put in my burrito. Look at this. I'm like, oh, I'm just trying to.
That's what I've heard the hack
an hour.
is to film them making your burrito, and then they tend to give you more if you're filming while they're making it.
Right, but then you're going to get yelled at.
By who?
By your boss, because they're telling you not to give people a ton. I know what they say, but they're trying to stretch out what they've got. That's what every business is doing, right? Charge them, give them as little as you possibly can. And these people don't want to get filmed. Well, the guy was filming me. I had to give him 3 free scoops. Well, ask him, tell him not to film you. Yeah, that always works. So, yeah, people were, tweeting at the guy, hey, I did that head nod. I got even less food. Because they're just, that's not going to be good.
This guy keeps looking at me weird.
Yeah. Can we just get him out of here quickly? So, yeah, these people, half the time, somebody comes in threatening to, stab them or punch them because they don't think they got enough salsa. Or something stupid like that. I don't know.
I don't know if they're getting threatened half the time.
You don't think 50% of the time?
I don't think 50% of the time someone's getting threatened to be stabbed.
You see a line of people waiting. You see a line of people waiting. I'm telling you. Let's say there's 20 people.
Half of them.
10, yes.
10 are
a full 10.
Yep. 10 are pulling out knives.
Yes.
No.
Yes. I stood there and I saw.
Maybe at the Bay Village one where you go.
Well, yeah. We don't F around.
Yeah,
we don't screw around. My Swiss Army knife comes out immediately as soon as I walk in because I don't know which 10 I'm going to be. And I got to be with my team.
You're like, it's only been 9.
Yeah, I walk in, I go, God. I go right into my pocket.
Threaten the employees.
Yeah. Anyway, there's a little bit of food news for you. Hey, if you like the band Ghost, they are screening their film debut. It's called Right Here, Right Now, and we're going to do some screenings of that. So if you dig those guys, I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever
Okay, if you like the band Ghost, they are getting ready to screen their debut feature film. It's called Right Here, Right Now. It's going to be in theaters nationwide next weekend, the 20th through the 23rd. Shot over the course of their 2-night sold-out shows at the Kia Forum in L.A. So they combined those live performances with a narrative story throughout. So songs from all 5 of their albums weaved in and out, and then live concert footage as well. All the info at theghostfilm.com. A couple of passes for you here to check it out if you dig those guys. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. A drummer. Or even the real musician, he just makes a noise. If he played the violin or the piano, anything that made sense, but the drums.
100.7 WMMS.
Well, Fred Armisen behind the drums. He was the original drummer for Seth Meyers' late night band over there. Seth Meyers has been doing late night for quite a while now. But no one can escape the budget cuts. And I don't know if it was the drummer or the bass player or something who dropped the info in Variety magazine that NBC was blowing out the whole band. And the person interviewing him was like, "Are you supposed to be talking about this?" And he goes, "I don't think so." So NBC hadn't even gotten the word out there yet. And whatever person was doing this interview with Variety magazine said, "Yeah, we all, the whole band got fired. It was a budget cut." So you're doing a late night show over there at NBC, by the way. It's not like you're on, Fuse TV, It's Seth Meyers. It's the 12:30 show after Fallon. And they got rid of the whole band to save some money. And the guy's like, we had a great time. It was 10 years. We don't have any ill will towards, everybody over there is great. But this is what it is now. And he was talking about how they're going to be recording some music so that the show can still use them as bumpers, which would be really weird if you're in the studio audience and there's no band. Because they're like, well.
Why?
Huh?
If they're just playing music, I think everybody would be fine.
Well, I know. I'm just saying that for forever.
The studio audience has only been there one time most of the time. So they're
What do you mean?
They
It's not
don't
like
know.
they have the same studio audience every week.
Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying that people know that that's like part of that experience. When you go to one of those shows, there's a band.
But if you've never been and they're just like, hey, we're just playing music, like, I don't think you're going to have that much of a different experience.
You don't think so?
No, not at all.
You're in the audience.
And you don't know
It's
if
just Seth.
Yeah.
And
because you've never been to it before.
No, but I'm saying people know what they do at talk shows.
Right, but
hey, give it up for the band.
Yes.
That goes back to the 50s.
Right, but if you've never been to an actual taping and they still play music to play them on and stuff like that, it's not going to be that big of a difference, I don't think.
I guess. I mean, but all I'm saying is, usually there's some interaction with the host and the band.
Mm-hmm.
Colbert's got his band. Fallon's got the Roots. And so it was probably
like plenty of shows where they don't have that.
They can't fire the Roots.
The Daily Show has never done that.
Yeah, but that's not a traditional talk show. That's
right,
like a news show.
But there's a lot. I mean, it's not a news show. It's a comedy show.
Well, but it's set up as a news show.
But there's
you go to it'd be like if you went to Saturday Night Live and there was no band.
Again, I don't think
it would be weird.
I don't think it'd be that weird.
Huh?
Because you're not there for the band.
No, but that's part of the experience. And if you go to a late night show, you go, oh, there's the host. The band is over there on the riser. It's not going to change your life. But it just seems like if you were in the audience from this point on, you go see Seth Meyers. It's him. Doesn't do a monologue. Hasn't for a long time. So behind the desk. And again, these are taped. So they don't air live. So they do pickups every once in a while, or he might come back out or redo a joke, and then they chop it all together. So if you've ever been in one of those audiences, you really see how it's put together. But for NBC to go, yeah, we got to make budget cuts. again, I think part of it too is they go, look, people are watching these shows. They're watching them chopped up on YouTube, especially Seth Meyers, right? You're going to YouTube. You're watching his Closer Look segments. He's on at 12:30. I don't think people are staying up to watch Seth Meyers at 12:30. Most of these shows now, late night shows, they're
just clips.
They're repackaged and clipped and put online. So it probably, but I thought it was funny that they were like, are you supposed to be mentioning this? He goes, I don't think so. But they came to us a month ago and said, well, this is what's going to happen. He was like, okay, well, we had a good time. It was fun. Seth does this bit called day drinking. Have you ever seen day drinking?
No.
Where he just takes somebody out and they get progressively drunker. He did it with Rihanna. That was a really good one a few years ago. He's gone out with a handful of people, and he just does a bit where it's literally they go out day drinking. They go to a bar that's been shut down for them, and he gets behind the bar, and they just, they have conversations. They'll do little quizzes or whatever, but they are getting progressively drunker. And he did Julia Louis-Dreyfus the other night, who is Hollywood.
Nice.
Hollywood
He must have got a real drunk.
Yeah, Hollywood royalty as far as I'm concerned. But she's got a podcast. She's got a movie coming out. It's a very, very sad and dramatic movie. Kind of a turn for her.
All right, ready? It's the lightning round.
Saturday Night Live.
Was she on there for a while?
No, she was on.
Two
She left
seasons?
college to do it. She was 21, and I don't think she was at Northwestern. I don't even think she had graduated yet. And she and Brad Hall, who weren't married yet, but I think they were dating, went on Saturday Night Live. No, she was kind of one of the first women to speak out about how it's not a very, at least for a long time, was not a real supportive place for females. That I think changed a great deal. But back in the day, she was on it, 82? Like, before Eddie Murphy or with Eddie Murphy? It was like
I thought she was part of the class after he left.
Okay. It was like Gary Kroger, her, Brad Hall. But she was just a baby on that show. And funny. But I just always forget she was on it.
You're in labor. Who do you want?
You don't know about what I had. You're Joe Dreyfus.
Yeah. But what a great bit. Hey, let's go get drunk for my show. I wonder what that bar is. I like those dark wood panel bars. Love dark bars. Like old classic. There's a ton of those in New York. Like McSorley's or, those just old places you go. And it's dimly lit. Mary's not in them anymore. She doesn't drink.
No. I don't spend a lot of time in bars.
But I like that doesn't surprise me. But I just like that vibe. You know what I mean? Boy, what a time. I mean, on the one hand, Mazel Tov, congratulations on your continued sobriety. But boy, what a double-edged sword moving to New York when there's so many great bars and old pubs.
I would have moved home by now. I'd be out of money if I was still drinking here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You would have blown through it?
Dude, it's so expensive. Like mocktails here, no alcohol, are $12.
Yeah.
It's
I'm surprised they're that
crazy.
cheap.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, people don't bat
Is that
an eye
because
at-
they mock you when you pay for them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's part of the
They go,
experience.
sucker, this is so expensive and there's no booze in it.
Idiot. Where's your ankle monitor? No, people don't bat an eye at $20 cocktails.
No, why would they?
Ugh.
Hey, listen, fun costs you. And if you want to get drunk, it ain't going to be cheap. $20 a pop. You figure, let's say a random night, the average person, 5 drinks? Is that too much? $100?
Yeah.
You think the average person can drink 5 drinks over the course of an evening, or is that too
Maybe
much?
if you're bopping around.
Bopping
if
around.
you're going to one place, maybe 2 or 3.
Okay.
But I'm not the right person to ask.
No, but you have...
I'm saying I would have had 10.
You have vast experience of your past life in that regard.
But not in a normal human way.
Oh, right. That's right.
You get what I'm saying?
You were like a blackout.
To me, 5 drinks is what you do at home before you go out.
That's the pregame.
Right.
Gotcha.
So I don't know how many regular people have. A few? I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Alan, catching up from Tuesday's podcast. You were just talking about how you just find it interesting how Kevin Spacey, even though acquitted from the charges, really hasn't been given a second chance, or why people still don't like him. I never heard it brought up, maybe I missed it, about him flying all over the world with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein two absolute creeps. I don't think anyone would try to argue that. You know, he was recently in an interview saying, "Oh, I didn't know Jeffrey Epstein and didn't know his issues." Yet, also in the same interview, said, "But I know also I didn't like him. I knew that because I felt he was putting the president in jeopardy by having all these young girls on our flights." Really weird thing to say. Why are you on the flights if you're concerned about young girls being everywhere? So I think that's just a huge factor that you may have forgotten about, but maybe not. Hate the show.
Yeah, I didn't. The Epstein thing with Kevin Spacey didn't really stick with me because if there's anybody that you don't have to worry about assaulting young girls, it's Kevin Spacey. He was talking.
Right.
He was talking about how he had taken a plane with Bill Clinton to Africa for some charity thing or it was some humanitarian thing. There's the Clinton Foundation and whatever you think of Bill Clinton, he does a lot of that NGO humanitarian work around the world. And Kevin Spacey had gone with him as a spokesperson for this trip they were going to Africa. And he's like, we come to find out that the plane is owned by, or he found out many years later that the plane had been owned by Jeffrey Epstein because he was like, I couldn't figure out why all of a sudden I was seeing my name associated with Jeffrey Epstein. And he's like, I didn't know who that guy was. I didn't know it was his plane. Big plane, right? And so, yeah, that was my thought was, he probably didn't know who he was. People think that every rich or famous person knows every other rich and famous person.
But if you're going to get on their plane.
Right, but
you know?
It's not like the three of them were on the plane. There were a lot of people on the plane. And when I get on a plane, I wouldn't go, hey, who owns this plane? I don't know.
You might
Maybe he
whisper it
did.
to somebody, hey, whose
I guess.
plane are we on?
Right. But again, if there's anybody you didn't have to worry about with young girls, it was Kevin Spacey. Clinton, Trump, Prince Andrew, all those other guys, right, they were drooling the whole time. But a lot of people's names got looped in with that Epstein thing because he knew a lot of people and he gave a lot of people money. And that would have to suck for anybody who was genuinely not aware. 4 years later to go, what? You know, like your people are calling you. Hey, there's an article about Epstein and your name is in it. Hey. You go, I don't know. So the Kevin Spacey thing, I don't know. I think it's weird. I don't think anything is really going to come out of that interview he did. I don't think that's really, I think it's neutral. I don't think anything's going to work for him. I don't think anything's going to work against him. I think enough people have forgotten about Kevin Spacey that they're not obviously invested in it. But if a guy's like, we were going to Africa and we're on this guy's plane, it's probably a little naive maybe on his part. But again, the reason that people don't want their names associated with Jeffrey Epstein is because he's not known as a big-time financier. He's known as the guy that had the pedo island. And Kevin Spacey is not a guy who was going to be flying to bang, teenage girls. Alan, my wife is a normal drinker, so 2 or 3. I'm more of a Meritalica drinker, so 8 is the minimum for
Hell
me.
Yeah.
Wow. The minimum. This guy parties. He parties. And on the same note, who would have seen Stephen Hawking on that list? Well, again, Stephen Hawking was a guy who was... That doesn't surprise me. Just because a guy's a genius doesn't mean he don't want to be around young,
I don't think it's because
allegedly
he was a
hot girls.
genius. I think it's because
he couldn't do anything.
Physical
limitations.
Limitations, yeah.
But I don't know that he was limited in that way. I mean, Stephen Hawking cheated on his first wife.
He was limited in just how he had to get around and like having to have caretakers with him.
Yeah.
So that's
It was all a scam to get laid by his caretakers.
Right.
Okay. Let me take a break here. I'm going to have tickets for you later if you want to go see Bert Kreischer. He's bringing the 3rd annual Fully Loaded Comedy Festival with a whole bunch of friends of his down to Canton. That is next Thursday night. It's a week from tomorrow night. At the Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down there at the Hall of Fame Village. So I'll have those tickets for you. If you want to go see the Sepultura farewell stop in Cleveland on the tour this fall, I'll hook you up with those as well. 35192. Text me for anything else. You can also hit us up at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. AAA membership is a great gift for dads and grads that provides the safety and security of 24/7 roadside assistance and year-round savings with exclusive member-only discounts. A gift that really does keep on giving. Right now, you'll save $20 on a new AAA gift membership. Plus, you'll get a $20 gift card. Call or visit your local AAA East Central branch office or go to AAA.com/gift. Hurry, this is a limited time offer.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event at Kia of Streetsboro. What's that mean? Kia bonus cash on top of our best deals. Get $1,500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia EV vehicles. Get $1,000 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Seltos, Sportage, and Sorrentos. And $500 Kia bonus cash on select Kia Fortes, Souls, Tellurides, and Neros. The best deals of the summer are right now at Kia of Streetsboro with Kia bonus cash on select models. If you're shopping for a vehicle at any other dealership, stop. Get Kia bonus cash now at Kia of Streetsboro, and you could be driving away in your next dream car. Kia of Streetsboro's Summer Sticker Sales Event is going on now through July 8th only. Don't wait. Make this summer one to remember with Kia of Streetsboro. KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
These offers are subject to taxes and applicable fees. Residency restrictions apply. For well-qualified buyers, expires 7/8/24. See dealer for additional details.
I'm going out with the girls this weekend. Nails done, outfit stunner, and my skin, I know it's gonna be glowing because I glammed up my shower routine with new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. It smells so luxurious and deeply moisturizes with its super rich, creamy lather that's bursting with vitamin B3 complex. So my skin glows and my confidence grows. Try new Olay Indulgent Moisture Body Wash for glowing skin.
Hey, Bill, I just pulled into Middle
800-348-1007.
I was reading a thing about how they are going to be opening Cleveland City pools, but they don't have enough lifeguards to make sure that all the deep ends are open. So it's just going to be people in the shallow end. I don't know. It's true. The city has increased lifeguard pay to $15 an hour. Try to get more kids. See, it's tough. Even out where I live, there's a giant pool out where I live, and they have a hard time keeping it staffed. Because kids are like, I got to go to my other job. I can be hanging out here all day long.
My pool is swim at your own risk.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you dunk before the show today?
I did.
Because it's hot out there, isn't it?
It was like 73 when I went out there, which is not crazy.
That's not pool weather.
But the pool's heated, so it was all right.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this guy, Mary. Heated pool.
Now it's 79. It'd be real nice to be out there now.
It's going to be 85 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll go out
Now,
before.
will you get back in after the show today?
No, because I have to go and do the
funny bus. Oh,
and
that's
then I
right.
have to go to East End. So
Right.
not enough time in the day, Alan. Not enough time in the day.
Many things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All
But
right.
tomorrow, before the show, I'll probably dip again, and then probably again on Friday, and again on Saturday, and again on Sunday.
All right.
'Cause why not?
Yeah, why not, man?
It's nice. It's going to be nice all those days.
Sunday's Father's Day. Will you be, do you engage in anything for Father's Day?
I got him something, but I don't know if I'm going to.
I meant for you as a father.
Oh, me? I don't
Yeah.
know. That's up to the kids.
All right.
They want to do something.
What'd you get your dad?
It's a book that you fill out. It's got prompts in it, so he can tell me some stories about his life.
Is this a Storyworth thing?
What?
Is it called Storyworth?
Let me see what it's called.
I did that for my mom. It's like a year's worth of questions.
Yeah, it's something like that. I think. Let me see what it's actually.
And then at the end, you make a book. You put some photos in it, and then you have a book dictated by the person.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Gwen did it for her dad a couple years ago. I'm like, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
I did it for my mom.
It's just called Dad, I Want to Hear Your Story.
There you
that I
go.
got.
Right.
So give that
now,
to
how
him.
many chapters do you think will be about him bullying you?
Oh, probably the most of them. No, because he's not gonna notice.
No,
it.
I know.
Yeah.
It was passive,
Yeah,
not active.
yeah.
I understand.
So I'm I'll give him this and see what he does. Hopefully he fills it out.
Yeah. Well, I have once more left my wife in the lurch with respect to gift ideas. She's like, what can I get you for? I go, I don't need anything. Have Nora draw me a card or something. I'm like, I don't need anything.
I'm gonna be coming back from New York, Western New York. I'm sorry. Yesterday I said upstate New York, Western New York.
Salamanca.
Yeah. So I'll be coming back from New York. So
Was that people from Salamanca getting mad or people upstate getting mad?
no one got mad. They just
Devotion to accuracy.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
see.
Yeah. They didn't get mad.
I thought maybe the native Salamancans got their hackles all up.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I just said upstate, and because I always think of when I go to that area. When I was a kid, we'd always go to Ithaca.
Yep.
And that's upstate.
Right.
But it's still Western.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little of both.
A little something for everybody. That's up where Cornell is up in Ithaca.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, so Cleveland public pools will be open because last year people were complaining that the hours were all over the place. You'd go to a public pool and there wouldn't be anybody there. And they were like, well, we don't have enough people. But that lifeguard situation hasn't changed really. But they're like, all right, pools are going to be open, but you got to stay on this end. In L.A., lifeguards are paid $31 an hour. In Detroit, they had to close the beaches due to lack of help over Memorial Day. And so who knows what the Cleveland public pools will look like this summer. And now they'll even pay you while you're training. How about that? But there's a lot of practice that goes into that. So noon to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. That's your standard public pool schedule. Deep ends will be off limits this pool season.
What constitutes a deep end, though? Is that
Well,
like
probably
5
when it goes.
feet
Probably
or
when
like
it goes.
diving board?
Well, no, probably when
When
it goes from
slam.
5 to 8 feet.
Yeah.
Where it
Yeah.
starts to dip there. They'll probably have it cordoned off, right? They'll have
Yeah.
a thing there that don't go past this.
And they'll probably not be able to enforce it. 'Cause they
That's
don't
what
have
I'm
the
saying.
people to.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how they gonna?
Hey, knock it off.
Hey, get out of there!
Yo, no.
I mean, if somebody's there, obviously, yeah, they could dive in and grab somebody, but it's the ones that aren't staffed. That's why they're shutting the deep ends off. Swimmers can swim only at 45-minute intervals to, quote, maximize customer usage. Yeah, at our pool, there's like once an hour, all the kids got to get out so the adults can get in there and dick around.
Right, but this sounds like they're saying they kick you out totally after 45 minutes for maximum
Again,
usage?
I don't know how they're going to enforce that either. You
They
must
can't do
leave and
that.
they must leave and return to continue swimming.
No way.
Oh, there's nothing more fun than a summer afternoon on a pool schedule. But what are they going to do? They're running city public pools. They got to do something. It can't be a free-for-all. That's how people get hurt and the city gets sued and people complain. Even though technically it's all at your own risk. There's a sign right there. And it's pretty exhaustive with the rules. Hey, no pooping in the pool. It's a list of, we can't believe we have to tell you this, but here's what it is. Don't poop in the pool. Don't pee in the pool. You know, it's like you go to somebody's house. They've got that sign.
The ool.
The ool. Please notice there's no pee in our pool.
We'd like to keep it that way.
Yes. Welcome to our ool. A little play on words, Mary.
I get it.
Yeah. Ithaca is considered central New York. All right. Albany's upstate. Let's just, right? Buffalo, Albany, whatever. But I'm living here. What do you want? You can solve the whole problem by filling the pool with only 18 inches of water.
There you go.
Yeah, but then you still have the problem that most people drown in a few inches of water. So do you want to take that responsibility on, sir or madam?
I don't think it's that most people drown. I think you just
Most.
can drown
Most.
in a few inches of water.
Yes, you're right. You can physically drown in a few inches of water. Most people probably do drown in deeper water than that. But even that, they're like, hey, you've seen this, most shark attacks happen in just a few inches of water. When you see those dead, like a doll's eyes, dead eyes, like a doll's eyes, up above the water, that's how you know you got trouble. And it ain't just Florida. Obviously, they're dealing with a lot of shark attacks down there, but we were on the Jersey Shore a couple summers ago. You could see the sharks. And wouldn't you know it, I hadn't packed my harpoon gun when we drove to Jersey. And so everybody's looking at me. Slow clap. Thanks a lot, Alan. I go, this is New Jersey. I didn't know there were going to be sharks along the shore. Like all these people that live here, nobody's got a backup harpoon. Had to be me.
It's your job, dude.
They didn't tell me it was my job. Nobody informed me. They go, well, we heard you had one, and so we assumed you were bringing it. I go, oh, you know what happens when you assume.
No one brings a harpoon gun.
That's right. It's exactly what I said. I said, what if I had brought it but forgot the harpoon? We would still be in a similar situation. But I do like the 18 inches of water pool solution. You know, you're just out there having a good time. It's a broiling.
It's enough to cool off.
It's a
Right.
broiling
Splash
hot
yourself.
day, and you are ankle deep, shin deep, whatever that is. Yeah, you can splash each other. If you listen on iHeartRadio, on the app, from out of state, tell me where. Justin, he's up in Buffalo. Cynthia listens in Surprise, Arizona. Brittany's in Mattawan, Michigan. Jake's down at West Palm Beach.
Hey, Bill, I just pulled into Middleburg Heights, and there's a giant sign that says Wendy's is open late. Does that mean that I can get a breakfast sandwich at like, say, 1 a.m., I think that'd be pretty good.
Is that he wants directions from you there?
No.
Oh.
Breakfast. During breakfast hours only, which they designate 6 to 10 a.m.
See, that's the trick. You have to designate it
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people are having breakfast for dinner, dinner for breakfast.
Right.
I wonder why breakfast for dinner was considerably more popular than dinner for breakfast.
I love
You
dinner
don't
for
want
breakfast.
that. No.
Give me
You
that dinner
don't?
For breakfast,
Want
yeah.
meatballs at
Oh,
9
give me that
a.m.?
lasagna.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
never had it.
A little breakfast lasagna.
Even growing up, we would have breakfast for dinner every so often, but that was, buckwheat pancakes and molasses. So no big treat. But dinner for breakfast, that's considerably less popular. I assume just because it's more labor intensive. Nobody wants to get up and start grilling steaks or throwing shish kebabs on the, Whereas breakfast for dinner, what was traditionally breakfast for dinner? It was just people eating cereal, right?
Pancakes.
Yeah, but
I like pancakes, waffles, eggs, French toast.
Oh, you'd make the stuff you would normally make?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, then maybe it's an equal amount of labor. I don't know. I didn't think people were whipping up pancakes. I thought they were just throwing some waffles in the toaster.
No, I usually, if we did breakfast for dinner, it was like a pretty good breakfast.
Yeah. Alan, sharks are extremely difficult to harpoon. That's why you only really hear about using them with whales. Listen, that's what I tried to tell them, right? But I'm like, I'm not a sea captain. I just have a harpoon. And we had limited space. We were going to be at the shore for a week. We had to pack everything into this car. And I forgot the harpoon. And so, yeah, that was on me. I didn't see any whales out there. And that's, I guess, on them, too, that they didn't know that sharks are hard to harpoon. I didn't know that, if that's true. I wonder why they're difficult to harpoon.
They're too fast.
Too fast.
They're not that big, so you got to be real accurate.
Well, no,
and
I get
they're very nimble.
I get the difference in size. I'm just saying that if you can see one and you can lead it a little bit, you might be able to. So the harpooning of the whales is simply because there's more surface area, is what you're saying.
I think so.
Well, anyway, the whole thing felt pretty stupid because I had remembered my yellow slicker. And it didn't carry the same gravitas when I'm standing out there looking like I know what you did last summer, but I'm harpoonless. So I look like a real putz. And I don't mind telling you, it was a dark spot in an otherwise sunny and exciting vacation. Al and I like chili for breakfast. Well, people go cold pizza. I don't think of that as dinner for breakfast. I mean, I guess it is, but you ate it the night before. It's leftovers. Breakfast for dinner, dinner for breakfast is thing you specifically make them. You don't just go, hey, I had, maybe you do. What the hell do I know? I also don't like when people say supper. It's a real pet peeve of mine. I know it's etymologically correct, but I don't care for supper. I like dinner. Somebody's like, what time is supper?
3 p.m.
I leave their house if I hear somebody say that. And you know what I do on my way out? I forcibly remove their mailbox if it's mounted to the house, and I throw it in the yard to get my point across. And they don't forget it.
You're a real wild card, man.
So they go, hey, we're going to have dinner. We just got our mailbox affixed back to the house. We were going to opt for a post, but we knew you would just run that over on your way out. Al and I like beer in my Cheerios. Is that a true thing? I mean, people mix things up all the time. People are like, I use orange juice instead of milk in my cereal. You can do
I've
whatever
never seen anyone actually do it, but hey,
Oh, yeah?
and then people say stuff, but are they actually doing it, or are they just trying to get a reaction?
Well, they got a reaction out of me.
What was
Because you know what I did when they talked to me about that? I forcibly removed the mailbox from their house.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
a federal offense.
I hate to admit it. That's kind of my go-to move. It is a federal offense, and I found that out. You can get in more trouble than that than you can showing up drunk to teach a room full of second graders. My daughter was, older daughter was in Colorado last week. She was in Fort Collins and that area. She and some friends are visiting a friend of theirs who goes to Colorado State. And she was sending me photos because they went up to Estes Park, which is where the Stanley Hotel is, which is the Shining Hotel. Gwen and I stayed there a number of years ago because The Shining is like my wife's favorite movie of all time. And so we stayed at the Stanley Hotel. And my daughter was sending me photos. I was like, oh, my God, that's awesome. You got to go in there. And she's like, we didn't go in. We're just on a hike, and it's there and whatever. And I said, well, be careful because the exact spot you are, for some reason, people keep getting stomped by cow elks right there in Estes Park. They had 3 people in 8 days get stomped by these massive animals. So I was just telling her to keep her head on a swivel because I know what's going on out there. She and her friends, they're too busy taking selfies. I said, hey, while you're doing that, be on the lookout for cow elks. She's like, well, what does that look like? I said, well, it's probably big.
Bring a harpoon gun.
Be prepared to forcibly remove a mailbox from somebody's house. So there was an 8-year-old riding her bike who got attacked by a cow elk. There was a 4-year-old. I don't know if they're partial to children or maybe they're just smaller and don't see them. You have to wonder how many animal attacks are because they just don't have very good peripheral vision. And they just happen to stumble across a child. But then, third person was an adult. Wild card. Right in the middle of downtown Estes Park. Cow elk. And you figure if you live there, you know to look around. But none of these people, they weren't provoking these animals. So I was just trying to keep her mindful of what could possibly go on there. It's a double-edged sword being amongst all of that beautiful nature. Some of it will try to kill you. And you don't know if these animals are just there. Maybe they just had a baby. You don't know that. They're just protecting a calf. But you don't know that. That's why, like, if I go home and I'm surveying the front yard before I go inside and I'll see a couple of squirrels or some small wildlife animals, I'll give them a wide berth. Because I don't know if they've just given birth. I don't know what they've got going on. And I don't need some kind of animal jumping up at me. But a cow elk, and if you've never seen one, you can see them from afar when you're out there. They're giant animals. And it's because cows are so big and elk are so big. And so when they mate, that's what you get. And then the bull elk are even bigger. But I just want to make sure that my daughter wasn't getting trampled. Alan, it was just Mailbox Improvement Week, you monster. Oh, it was. That's right. Well, yeah, I forgot about that. And that's why.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I kind of put it out of my head. But no. I'm talking about old mailboxes. I'd step aside. I would think better of it had I come in contact with someone's recently improved mailbox. Alan, there's nothing like a Caesar salad for breakfast. And then you go into work. You're cracking the egg. You got the Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah.
Oh man, put some coffee breath on top of that. Man,
you're set up for success.
Nobody is even going to approach you at work. That's a great low-key way to keep your coworkers a safe distance. Hey, we're going to go get breakfast around the corner. No, I had coffee and a Caesar salad. I'm fine. I don't need any of that. Breakfast burritos, right? No, listen, I just, as a kid, the only thing I knew that something was really, really common is if even we did it growing up. Because there were so many things we didn't do. That if we did it too, I was like, man, this must be a big deal. So breakfast for dinner, big deal. But the reason I thought that it was people weren't making stuff from scratch is because it always seemed like something where like there wasn't something prepared. So they're like, just breakfast or dinner. Throw in a Eggo, make some cereal, whatever. Like, it was easy. I didn't think people were whipping up full enchiladas and crap.
Enchiladas?
What, breakfast burritos? Don't they have breakfast enchiladas?
No.
What about
I
big?
guess if you put an egg on it.
That's what I'm saying.
But like that's not what anyone's talking about when they're talking about breakfast for dinner.
I don't know what they're talking about.
They're
That's my
talking
question.
about like pancakes and
to
eggs
you.
and bacon and toast and regular.
I mean, I've had
traditional.
chilaquiles for breakfast. That's delicious.
Why are you like this?
Huh?
Why are you like this?
You never had, it's on menus, you know. You never had chilaquiles for
But
breakfast?
that's not a dinner item. That is a breakfast item.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it?
I thought it was.
Is it?
I thought that was like a traditional breakfast item.
Is it?
If you keep asking, it doesn't change.
Is it?
Okay.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, what's up? Hey, the show.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. You?
Hanging in there. Other than being
All right.
hectored by Mary over what constitutes Mexican breakfast.
All right. Well, I'm not sure where I live. I heard a while back that dinner is around like 6 o'clock, and then supper is actually used to be a extra thing around like 9 o'clock. Like it was like a aristocracy kind of thing. Kind of like the Hobbits with the
second breakfast.
Yeah.
The Hobbits reading second breakfast?
Yeah.
Wow.
No,
Mary's
What
second
about
lunch.
Ellensies?
Mary has
I
second
always have
lunch.
second lunch.
Yeah.
I'm just a hobbit.
All right. Oh yeah, maybe you're right. I thought. To sup. I guess I thought that was like people were eating it at 4 in the afternoon because they were going to bed at 7 because they had to get up at 3 to tend the fields or whatever. So. Okay. Well.
I heard it came from like it's sort of like super dinner or something like that.
Super dinner. All right. Well, you're clearly an aristocrat, Nate. So I'll take your word for it.
Super dinner sounds awesome. Now I'm kind of
Nah,
into supper.
far from it.
I didn't know it was super dinner.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Nate. I appreciate it. Super dinner.
It goes through you faster than a speeding bullet.
Yeah. Hey, those Burt Kreischer tickets. When we come back, I will have those. It's next week, next Thursday night, down in Canton at the Hall of Fame Stadium. It's the 3rd annual, fully loaded comedy festival. Burt's the headliner. Tony Hinchcliffe and Whitney Cummings and Big J and a lot of his other pals are going to be with him. So I'll have 2 tickets for you after this break. 35192 and a text for anything else, or hit us up at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets first. Right now, before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last, or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet.
And that's not all.
Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from New Kids on the
in 24 years.
He wants me to act like my injury is even worse for a payout.
He's posing as my attorney in a court.
There were moments where Manny would assume the role of undercover police officer.
Listen to Number One Dad on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Number One Dad.
It's time to give stuff
All right, I'm going to go see Bert Kreischer next Thursday night, the Fully Loaded Comedy Festival. 3rd annual is coming to Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium down there in Canton with Bert as your headliner, Tony Hinchcliffe and Whitney Cummings, Ralph Barbosa, Big J. Okerson, Dan Soder, I think Joe DeRosa's on it, and some more people. Some surprises. HOFvillage.com if you want full details on the show. But call 10. These tickets are yours for next Thursday night. Bert and Friends. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
To pee or not to pee? Whoops, I already started.
The Alan Cox Show is back
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got a brand new banger from Ray for Mary in a little bit.
Oh, boy.
And then I put a little something together for you, too,
Oh, my goodness.
that you might like. Not AI, but I mean, it'll be fun. Hey, a couple funny dudes on the show rest of the week. Cam Patterson is going to be in here tomorrow. Interested to meet him. He doesn't need to come in. All his shows are sold out, but he's coming in, and we'll chat with him. And then Friday, Adam Ferrara is back on the show.
I love seeing Adam.
What's that?
Love Adam, too.
Yeah, Adam's great. So Cam Patterson tomorrow, Adam Ferrara on Friday. Both of them doing hilarities over the course of the next few days. So go to hilarities.com for the details on those shows. But again, I think Cam's shows are all sold out. Jerry West died.
Yeah.
Jerry West is the NBA logo. I think he spent his entire career with the Lakers, didn't
Correct, yeah. Even he was in the front office.
Yeah,
an
player and
executive,
coach.
Yeah.
Jerry West was...
I don't think he was the coach. I think he was just like the head of basketball.
Oh, yeah?
operations and
Oh, I
stuff,
thought he
yeah.
coached him for a minute.
Maybe for a little bit, but I'm not
86 years old, Jerry West. Of course, everybody called him the logo. Because he was... They called him...
Why?
I'm going to tell you why. They called him the logo.
It's a very simple thing to say.
They called him the logo, Bill,
Mm-hmm.
because he was once a renowned limbo champion.
And what? And how
You
does...
get logo from that.
How low can you go, Mary? It's
Oh,
the song that they sing when you're doing
I gotta go home. I'm done.
don't we all? Hey, I guess he played with the Minneapolis Lakers. That's how old Jerry West was. 86 years old, of course, before they moved to Los Angeles. Iconic as a player and an executive, they called him, of course. He was a 14-time All-Star and a 10-time All-NBA first-team selection. Won a title with the Lakers in 72. Coached him from 76 to 79.
Okay.
And then transferred to the front office where he was named Executive of the Year in 1995. How old was he when they made him the logo? It wasn't at the inception of the NBA, was
No.
it?
I
Right.
think it was probably in the late 70s or
Okay.
maybe mid 70s, maybe the 80s. I don't know.
And I wonder how they landed on Jerry West.
They just had a
He cut a
good
mean
silhouette,
Yeah. 20 years ago, he joined the Memphis Grizzlies as their GM, and then he got named Executive of the Year again with the Memphis Grizzlies.
pretty impressive.
Yeah. Yep. And before he retired from the whole shebang, he was a consultant for the Clippers and the Golden State Warriors. He was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by Donald Trump. And just a highly regarded guy. Another guy that died he had already retired by the time I was a kid, but we had him on the Bulls, my dad was telling me. A guy named Chet the Jet. He was in his 80s as well, but he was a basketball Hall of Famer. Chet the Jet Walker was a guy who played for the Sixers when they were still the Nationals. All these guys in their 80s playing for like the original teams before they moved. Like the New Orleans Jazz and that kind of stuff. Chet the Jet. He won a couple of titles, I think, with Philly, and then he ended his career with 6 or 7 seasons in Chicago. But he was all done by the time I was in kindergarten. But Chet the Jet Walker and Jerry West are two guys that had very storied careers in basketball and died within hours of each other, as I understand it. Now, there was a rumor going around that they died with each other, and there has been absolutely nothing to corroborate that story. I don't know in what capacity that would have happened, but I'm almost positive. Maybe do your own research on that, but I'm almost positive that's not the case. Alan, my buddy, used to eat spaghetti for breakfast with his grandparents.
Like Elf?
He'd cover it in sprinkles and maple syrup.
Is there sugar and syrup?
Yes.
I don't know. I couldn't eat a whole plate of spaghetti for breakfast. I'd have to eat like a single spaghetto at a time, right? And then see how much more I wanted to have. Just strand, but you know how I do. Strand by strand. For breakfast, I mean, you don't want to go into a carb coma as soon as you go to school or work. Alan, my parents divorced in the 80s, and we were left with a Korean War vet. I assume he means grandfather. So we would get for breakfast a big plate of baked beans topped with mac and cheese, topped with 2 heaping scoops of cottage cheese.
Ooh.
Gross, dude.
Man, I'll tell you what. There's nothing like having a military veteran cook for you. Because they're just looking around, trying to figure out what we got. Baked beans. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is somebody replicate this dish at home. Not this person, because clearly they're probably still traumatized, but replicate this at home and report back. Baked beans, mac and cheese, cottage cheese, 2 heaping scoops. Hey, Melissa.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great. What's going on?
Hey, is this Alan?
It is. Is this Melissa?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just talking to you.
I wanted to let you know my dad played with Jerry West in high school.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
I expected that. Anywho, yeah, they came from very humble beginnings.
Is your dad from West Virginia?
In Ohio Valley.
Yeah.
In West Virginia, yeah, Wheeling. And, just I wanted to share with everyone, you can come from an area that's very poor and do very well. And he had such a great work ethic, and my dad went on to teach and coach for years too. But every time I see that logo, I think that's him in college. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Where did he went to Syracuse or something? Where did he go? Or was he a Mountaineer?
I think he was a Mountaineer because
all right.
I think the Bob Huggins show called my dad once about him.
Okay.
So yeah, it was great times back in the 50s. My dad could only afford a basketball, so they played in a peach basket.
Well, that's the traditional way.
That's how they practice.
Yeah. Is your dad still alive, Melissa?
Yes, he is.
Is he
I cannot wait to tell him I talked to you today.
Is he a peach basket salesman by any chance? Do they very divergent paths in their careers?
Not.
Oh.
He did not sell peach baskets, but is a big mountaineer, so's my brother, and just hate the show.
Thank you.
And I wanted to tell Mary I can't leave my house without a glass of water in my
Hell
car.
yeah. It's the only way.
Mary, when they're making fun of you, that is ridiculous.
I agree.
The instant I get in the car, I have to have a drink.
So, Melissa, you have a...
I'm not saying that we're not talking about having water in the car is a
beverage.
bad thing. It's bringing a pint glass into the car that's bananas.
No.
An open-mouthed kitchen glass.
Yeah, we're living life on the edge.
Okay.
You know?
Well, guess what, Bill? Coming from West Virginia, driving around with a ball glass.
You're not in West Virginia anymore.
No, I'm in Mentor. And
Mentor.
I guess that is thick glass, isn't it?
Mentor.
Those ball jars? Yeah, that is thick glass.
A ball jar at least has a lid you can put on it at some point.
Yeah, it
It's not
does.
That's
So,
the whole
Melissa,
point.
you're in the car. There's a kitchen glass right next to you in the car.
Yes.
Wow. What are you
There
drinking?
I love my water. Just
Oh,
water.
all right. A little H2O. Good. All right. Well.
No.
Okay. Well, tell your dad that we said congratulations and give him our condolences on the passing of Jerry West.
Yes, I will. He that hit him pretty hard today. My dad's 86, but so excited to say his name, Ross Nightingale. A lot of people will know him from coaching.
Now, that's a great name.
But
Ross
thank you, guys.
Nightingale is your dad?
Yeah.
Ross Nightingale. Wow. That's a great name. All right. Well, mazel tov. Okay. Thank you, Melissa.
Love you, Bill, Mary, Alan.
All right. Thank you. There's Melissa.
Please use a lid.
She's living life on the edge, according to Mary.
It's the only way.
Yeah, Jerry West, boy. I remember watching a thing with him a long time ago, and he was like, yeah, I didn't come from anything. His dad just beat the piss out of those kids. Like, Jerry West is like, yeah, every time my dad came home, we thought he might kill us. And his mom would beat him up if he came home late for dinner. And so, like, in the meantime, this guy's just in the backyard practicing shooting hoops. Like, I got to get the hell out of here. That desperation, boy, that can be a hell of a motivator.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like Ross Nightingale had as difficult of a climb, but he did well for himself. But the open glass, listen, it's your car and your life and your glass. You do what you want to do.
There's so many options.
There are options, but that's the one she chose.
So many. I mean,
just seems
I'm
like
not hurting anybody. I don't understand why it's a problem.
Well, because if you get, it's potentially messy and dangerous, right? Let's say you get hit or even slightly rear-ended. There's water all over your lap, or the glass shatters. There's enough things that can shatter in a car already, let alone adding a glass.
You think that if I get rear-ended, something in my cup holder is going to shatter?
A million things could happen. I don't know.
If you get rear-ended,
things reverberate through the structure. Hey, sorry for looking out for your well-being, Mary. Sorry.
Thanks for the apology.
You know what? Go out there and do what you want to do.
Thank you.
You're gonna anyway.
Mm-hmm.
My compartment points out that baked beans, mac and cheese, and cottage cheese as the perfect recipe for a brand new stairwell fart. Man, I'll tell you what, you get that in there. Woof.
Yeah.
Good night, nurse. You're gonna launch yourself into outer space. Yeah. Okay. I promised you a new Ray banger, and I will come across with a Ray banger here for you.
Can we understand it?
Yeah, he sent me a handful of them. I grabbed the one that I think is the least likely to need interpretation. It's called Mary Santora's Comedy Jam.
Ooh.
It's set to funky 80s rap.
Perfect.
It's redundant, of course. All 80s rap was funky. But there's coconut milk and Brian's a rat, whatever, and foot picks. I don't know if the devil's in this one. Satan has made an appearance inexplicably in all of Ray's love songs to Mary. The devil always shows up.
Every time.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't mad at it. It's just interesting.
Like comedian blooming, Ray loves those foot picks, heart blooming. Nightfall brings coconut milk splashes. Mary laughs, sprays, hard crashes. Brian silent with rats prairies, munching on cheese, he varies. Mary's punchlines hitting like batter, Ray dreaming about feet, minds in a scatter. Mary Santora laughs on mass, coconut milk dreams don't pass. Ray's fantasy, oh what a sight. Ryan's munching with the rats all night.
Oh, come on, munching with the rats all night.
Come
That's
on.
not fair.
Foot fascination, Mary's comedy.
Well, I can't see what happened to the.
Like batter, Ray dreaming about feet, minds in a scatter.
Yeah. It stopped the lyrics.
Coconut milk dreams don't pass. Light stage so bright. Mary steals the show every single night. Ray in the crowd, imagination vivid. Coconut milk dreams oh so livid.
Livid? He's got mad dreams. Angry dreams.
Angry coconut milk
Angry
dreams.
coconut milk splashing dreams. Well, listen, AI is not it's not infallible. It just needed something to rhyme with vivid.
Mary's punchlines crowds joy worldwide. Footprints freeze, hidden treasure, laughing at Mary's jokes free, ultimate pleasure.
Usually these run the music along with the lyrics, but the lyrics stopped, so I can't. Well, that's the best of the bunch, by the way.
Yeah.
So that shows you where he is. But yeah, a lot of coconut milk splashing and
But this time angry.
angry coconut milk dreams.
Coconut milk dream.
But no devil. So
No devil.
you know, you take
So, again, steps in the right direction.
bad with the good. And then I made a song for you too,
Okay.
because we were talking about.
It's about coconut milk as well.
No, it's not as it's just
Yeah, give it to me now. Give it to me now. Give it to me now. I wanna from your head to your toes, and I wanna move from the bed down to the floor, and I wanna you make it so good I don't wanna leave, but I gotta know what's your fantasy. I wanna from your head to your toes.
My God,
it's so smooth from the bed down to the
It's so dumb.
It's so
Oh,
dumb.
I love it.
I walked in when he was making it. I just lost it.
What is this? Not bad, honestly.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
Yeah, yeah,
Banger.
yeah. That is a banger. Come on, man. There's no angry coconut milk splashes in there.
Satan.
There's no
Brian.
Satan.
No Brian hanging out with the rats.
No. No.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, something for everybody.
Send it to Ludacris. See if he likes it. I'll do a
I already
feature.
sent it to State
Oh, you did?
Farm.
Oh, well, that's not the same.
Isn't that who he works for?
I don't know if they forward him their
Oh,
emails.
they don't. It's not Ludacris at statefarm.com.
You might have
Chris Ludacris Bridges at statefarm.com.
You might get lucky, but I'm gonna guess not.
Oh, well, that's a bummer.
Yeah, give it to me now. Give it to me now. Give it to me now. I wanna from your head to your toes, and I wanna move from the bed down to the floor, and I wanna you make it so good I don't wanna leave, but I gotta know what's your fantasy. I wanna from your head to
All right.
your toes, and I wanna move from the bed down to the floor, when I wanna you make it so good I don't wanna leave, but I gotta.
I'll tell you what. That's why they call it Hotlanta, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Hotlanta.
Glugging down.
Glug glug, the ATL. That's right. Okay, I got to take a break here. 35192. You want to text me? That's where you do it. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Jeffrey Rollison's family is upset because back in 1987, he signed
35192. Send me a text if you want. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thanks again to Diego Sanchez for assisting in the video department. One and done, boy. I never see him. Guardians took the first of two. They call it the Ohio Cup. They're down playing the Cincinnati Reds. Who they have? Joey Votto? Is he still a Cincinnati Red?
Oh, I don't know.
Wasn't he the big guy down there in Cincinnati?
No, Ella De La Cruz.
Oh, right.
That's the big guy.
Guardians Reds tonight. Guardians win 5-3 last night. The second of two tonight. 7:10 is when that starts here on MMS. Of course, you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app, which, as I understand it, is still free of charge. And then they'll head up to Toronto. Guardians go up Friday, Saturday, Sunday, take on the Blue Jays, and then return home to play Seattle next week. And then Toronto comes down here. How are the Mariners doing, by the way?
I think they're leading their division.
Are they really?
They're still,
yeah, there they are in the West.
They're not as hot as the Guardians, but they're playing good baseball.
Top of the division, though. 39-30. Okay. And Blue Jays, I mean, they're a skosh below 500, but Blue Jays are okay. Alan, I had a regular open glass of water in my car once, and I hit a speed bump. And the glass shattered in the cup holder, and the speed bump ended up being a kid. I mean, I don't know that one has anything to do with the other. That's just an unfortunate situation. I recommend not using an open glass for water whilst driving. Somebody reminded me of the scene in Always Sunny. This was like the first few years of the show, right? When Dennis is eating cereal at the red light. Remember that? And Frank isn't paying attention and he rear ends up in cereal. Because they took it from Glenn Howard and had told the writers a story about it. They were laughing so hard because he was talking about eating cereal in the car and he spilled. They're like, you're eating cereal in the car on the way over here?
I remember seeing my friend driving down the street and I was like behind him. And I was trying to get his attention, and he was just kind of driving with his knees, eating spaghetti out of a Tupperware.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, God. You're like, hey, I'm over here. Hey, what's up?
That's America's Tim Cornette.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm Sandra. Dumb bitch.
Oh, come on. I love physical comedy. Anything that gets splashed or bodily fluids or, I denied it for a long time. I would laugh at stuff and Gwen would go, boy, you like physical comedy. And I go, no, not really. I just like that. And then little by little, I had to come around to it.
When it's done right. Because there's times
when is it done wrong?
I think of the movie, it's the Adam Sandler movie, the first one he did for Netflix, like the
Ridiculous Six?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I just remember one scene where there's just like a donkey having projectile diarrhea, and I was just like, nah,
I'm going to watch that now.
All right.
Yep, I'm going to watch that. Anything that involves bodily fluids, anytime Farley would have the hose in his shirt on SNL and vomit all over, I don't know what it is. Maybe diarrhea, can't even say it. Maybe diarrhea would be less funny on film, but when people fall...
Falling is my favorite.
But in a certain way, like Pratt falling, like the old Chevy SNL stuff, I didn't think was funny. But, there was a series of commercials. Gwen will laugh at me because there were some commercials, even if I've seen them 100 times, I'll still laugh like I've never seen them before. And there was a campaign a few years ago. I think it was for Tums. The conceit was everybody has an upset stomach from what they had. But they would have the food they ate like life size. And so they were fighting with their food.
Mm-hmm.
And so this guy's getting slapped around by a giant piece of pizza. And I was like, God, that's because I could just imagine, there's these marketing companies for all of the marketing people for all these companies. And they've got to sit around and come up with something that's going to be an eye catcher and still get the point across. Because you can't be too clever with your marketing. That's the other end of that joke. People talk about, Super Bowl ads where nobody knows what the hell they're selling, right? Hey, there's a couple of squirrels on the log. It's for jeans. Like that, somebody does that joke. So you can't be too clever with your messaging. But people were fighting life-size ribs and pizza and like one guy's duking out with a bowl of ramen. I don't know why I think that's so funny. I don't know. But getting rear-ended in a car and splashing your milk all over the windshield, I don't know. It's because we expect it. Of course, the character doesn't expect it.
Right. Because, like, what did you think was going to happen?
Right.
If you're eating cereal in the car.
It's so obvious. It's ridiculous. But I guess my question to Mary and people of her ilk, how did you get to that rather than just the standard covered?
It's whatever I'm already drinking out of.
I see.
I'm not dirtying another glass to take in the car. So
No.
whatever
But
I have.
what I'm saying is people normally have like separate
Some
water
sort of
bottles that are
travel-
only
yeah.
like travel bottles.
No.
They only use it. It's not like they're drinking out of the travel bottle at home.
Do you take it on the subway?
No, I don't take anything on the subway. I don't eat or drink on the subway at all. I don't
Right.
even like being on the subway.
Right.
But
Well, that I get.
yeah, that's only when I'm driving.
Only when you're driving, you don't take anything on the subway?
Yes.
That makes sense.
I mean, it's the easiest way to not take something on the subway.
It's to drive.
To drive your car.
That's
yeah.
what I heard.
Even my body, I don't take.
Mine is telling me no. MAGA Nation, of course, is screaming and crying that America is a banana republic because their criminal president was actually found guilty for nonstop criming. But the nation of Guatemala is taking it literally with the banana republic thing. The Chiquita Banana Company was found guilty of financing paramilitary groups. Chiquita, if you were to ask somebody to name a brand of bananas, Chiquita might be the only one that comes to people's minds, if anything comes at all. But the international Chiquita brand, you got those stickers on the bananas when you buy them, had been funneling money to a Colombian paramilitary group. Autodefensas Unidas de Colombia. This was the case was tried in Florida, and the jury determined that the Chiquita brand company had knowingly provided substantial financial assistance to this paramilitary group. Chiquita is the world's largest banana producer, and they have to pay $38 million to the families of 8 victims. Oh, my God, $38 million? Where are they going to come up with that money? A multi-billion-dollar company. $38 million? They're just going to look around the room and go, how much you got on you? I got $5 million on me.
Telling me banana.
Marge, get my checkbook. A far-right paramilitary group that had been designated a terrorist organization by the United States. And the Chiquita Banana Company was partially funding them. Of course, Chiquita says that they will appeal the verdict. But that's a wild situation. And it begs the question, what other companies are doing this kind of stuff? You know, like, are they going to find out, like, the Huggies Corporation is funneling money to, like, extreme right-wing candidates or something? Huggies is just a brand, of course, probably owned by Unilever or one of those companies that owns everybody. And that's the other side of that equation, is that there's about 15 companies left. And so, you know, most things are owned by one of those companies.
Huggies wouldn't donate to Left Wing because we're the ones eating the babies, and they're against that. If there's no babies, they can't sell diapers.
Ah, that is a good point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we are removing their target customers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between abortions and eating the babies,
Well,
and drinking the blood.
Are we eating them, or are we periodically draining the blood to keep ourselves young?
A little of both.
A little of both.
I thought it
Okay.
was
There's a
both.
variety. And,
Yeah,
and also selling parts, selling
Correct.
the baby parts.
Oh, that's what it is. To organ farms and things like that?
Yeah. I had a guy tell me that with a straight face at an abortion clinic once. I was running.
You were at an abortion clinic.
I was at a clinic.
Do tell.
Doing just
outreach.
Just talking to the
Saving souls.
to the guys out front, trying to distract them because I had somebody that was going in, and I wanted to.
Oh, you were running interference.
Yeah, so I was running
Oh,
interference.
that's nice.
And this guy's like, they sell baby parts. I'm like, how much? And he's like, 75. Like he tried to like make it up on the spot. It was ridiculous. But yeah.
And were you able to engage him in any substantive way?
They're very easy to get engaged.
Yeah.
I kept telling him that.
Because they want to talk to you about it, probably.
Right,
yeah. Hey, Don.
Hey.
What's up?
Is this Alan?
Yes. What's going on, Don?
Oh, hey. I just have some clarification about the Chiquita banana thing.
Yeah.
So they were not just funneling money to this basically FARC guerrilla group, but it was specifically to hunt down and murder people who were trying to form a union in the Chiquita company.
Man,
of course.
Listen, if they sent gorillas after me to stop me from forming a union, I would be like, whew.
And how
I'm
are
not
those?
doing it.
No wonder it's a banana company with all those gorillas. They got to feed them. They got to, it's like giving meth to the kamikazes back in the day.
Right, banana peels all over the place. People slipping and falling.
Yeah.
Sheer chaos. Anyway, just wanted to fill you in.
No, and did they get their money's worth?
How cheap are bananas? Bananas are pretty damn cheap, so I would say probably.
I guess so. I don't know how. I mean, I buy bananas pretty frequently, but I never check to see how much they are. But
they're pretty cheap.
Are they like a buck a banana?
No.
It's per pound.
How much can a banana cost? $5?
I mean, I don't know.
It's a millionaire over here. I don't even know what bananas cost. I just buy them by the bushel. If I don't get them, no big deal. I just throw them away.
I'm just going from the perspective of everything costs way more than it should. So
it does.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, hey, thank you, Don.
In the meantime, I'll be eating Dole bananas. That's
Dole.
brand.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Dole.
I hope that we don't find out that they've been funding paramilitary groups too, like they're in bed with the Proud Boys or something like that.
Right. Even if they are, I just don't want to find out about it.
Right. Well, ignorance is bliss, Don.
It is.
Okay, thank you, pal. There's Don.
Daylight come and me want go home. Work all night and a drink a rum. Daylight come and we want go home. Stack banana till the morning come.
It'd be a good song if you're like showing a guerrilla military operation happening. A little juxtaposition there.
This is underneath, yeah.
This is underneath. Oh.
They're slitting union organizers' throats.
Yeah, as it starts, that's when it gets real intense, when he starts doing the day. Just road skin slashed.
They got hostages blindfolded and tied up, and they're like, we want to go home. Daylight come and we want to go home. Was this in Beetlejuice, or am I thinking of all those other, old-timey songs? I like the old Andrew Dice Clay joke, and people are heckling him. He's like, what do you think, I'm stupid? You don't think I know stuff? I know Harry Belafonte won the Civil War. I know that. Singing about bananas and spiders. Did Harry Belafonte write the Banana Boat song? Is it his?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Huh. Who on the show would be an expert in Harry Belafonte? Either of you guys?
None of us.
Neither of us.
Oh.
That's you. That's something you should know.
Yeah.
No, I don't know that.
This is an old song. You're an old person. You should know.
You were around in the 40s.
Mr. Tallyman. It was his hit song, but I don't know who wrote it. A traditional Jamaican folk song. Okay. Best known version was released by Harry Belafonte. Of course, he was a Jamaican American. Now, I didn't hear this when we were in Jamaica for the show. I don't remember hearing. I thought we'd get off the plane and I'd hear the strains of the Banana Boat song wafting down the mountains, but I don't remember hearing that.
It's hacked to them now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone.
I think the wildest story is the Hitwoman, speaking of, the Hitwoman that they found out worked in the Milwaukee Brewers front office. This woman who got hired by a couple of guys over. Did you read about that? This woman who got hired, like a 42-year-old woman, got hired by a couple of dudes overseas to assassinate or to murder their business competition. Some woman in her mid-40s from Milwaukee who they found out, as this case went on, found out she worked in the office for the Milwaukee Brewers. She was just like a pencil pusher or whatever. And the two guys who set this plan in motion are being tried for attempted murder. But I don't know how they found the woman. I don't know. They didn't even know who it was for a while because they contacted this woman and they flew her over. And these two guys who were running a clothing business, and they wanted her to kill a rival owner and his son. And they flew her over to England, and she put a hijab on and sunglasses and had set up a meeting with the guy she was supposed to kill. So he just thought that she was another business acquaintance.
This is just that movie that's on Netflix right now.
Hitman.
Yeah.
I'm only halfway through Hitman.
It's probably the only half you need to watch.
It's entertaining enough.
It's fine.
Yeah, they're really trying to make that Glenn Potter a thing. But that girl is crazy hot in that movie. The girl from Andor. What's his name? Glenn
Powell, right?
Powell, is that what it is?
Is it Powell?
Yeah,
Powell.
I think you're right. Glenn Powell, yeah. But anyway, this girl, the gun jammed. She had a meeting with this guy, meets him, walks up to him, says shaking his hand, puts a gun to his head, gun jams, and he runs away. And she flies back to the United States, and they couldn't figure out what the hell was going on or who this person was. And they finally determined that it was 44-year-old Amy Betro, who is a Milwaukee native and works for the Brewers.
Is her she is a hit person, or was she in love with one of the guys?
I don't know. They're still the two guys that hired her were found guilty of conspiracy to murder, but I think they're still looking for her. She might be on the run or something. But I'm how did this whole thing even come together? I don't know that she's a world traveler who's running around murdering people, but somehow she got
Jason Bourne. What are we doing?
in contact with these dudes, and the thing went south. So she didn't kill the guy. She had abandoned her car nearby, where it was found by police. And then I guess she took a taxi to the guy's house and pumped a bunch of bullets into his house. But I don't know. And so then she fled to the U.S., and I think they're still looking for her. But it's a wild story. So you have to wonder, there's a conversation that's going to be had with the Milwaukee Brewers organization, too. Hey, guys, you might have seen the story. A very unassuming woman.
Right.
But I have to imagine that she's probably like any other office administrator. She's like Mondays, right?
She did that?
Yeah.
Anybody want to go to happy hour?
Guys, it's Dollaritas. Yeah, so Amy Betro is the person that they, I don't know if they found her or if they are still looking for her. It's hard to tell, and this is going to work in favor of a lot of people who are getting themselves into trouble because it's getting harder and harder to tell what people really look like on social media. Because some of her pictures, you're like, oh, that's what she really looks like. But, there's a lot of girls that are adding those, super soft filters to their face where it looks like they've got, anime eyes and, just those really, really soft features on those filters that you can barely tell are even on. And they take all their pictures that way. So you see them and they're like, oh, my God, everybody looks so smooth. But they're trying to find this lady. And so far, the Brewers organization hasn't, I don't know that they've put out a statement. But I don't know. But that also means that here in Cleveland, I would have to imagine that the Guardians organization is going to be at least releasing some kind of memo going, hey,
As far as we know,
hey, anybody who might be engaged in this kind of activity,
knock it off.
this was just her side hustle, I guess. So they got her identity exposed during the course of this trial, but I'm not sure where she is now. She studied at a local college in Milwaukee to be a teacher, but ended up working for the Brewers organization. But she didn't kill the guy. Story would have been better had she killed the guy. Had the gun not jammed, and she was like, now, by definition, an international hit woman. Maybe she posed. What?
No, because she didn't carry it out.
That's what I mean. It would have been better had she killed him.
But I'm saying she can't call herself an international hit woman.
No, she can't now, but it would have been better if she had. Yeah, then she could have called herself,
So you wish this guy had gotten...
Yeah, I wish he was dead, yes. I don't know him.
What's
he might wish I'm dead. He doesn't know me either. There's people who know me who wish I was dead. But make for a better story. No, I'm glad the guy's fine, but it would have made for a better story had the gun not jammed, right? Walk up. Oh, how are you? Bang, bang. Walk away.
That's why you got to know your equipment. Some guns are prone to jamming.
Faulty British guns. They don't know what they're doing over there.
Hello? What's this then? What's this all about then?
None of the pieces are going together.
Oh, no. Me gun's jammed. Sepultura is on their farewell North American tour, and you are going to go because I'll have tickets for you. 2 hours to midnight, our metal show, presenting this show, the Celebrating Life Through Death tour. Sepultura, and Obituary, and Agnostic Front, and a band called Claustrophobia. All four of them. In October, at the Agora. I got 2 tickets for you when we get back. 35192. Text me for anything else. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets first. Right now, before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last. Or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss
Big Sean, Camila Cabello.
music channels, and over 100 million songs to fill your favorite playlist. Download the always free iHeartRadio app and start listening now.
iHeartRadio. It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
All right, Sepultura is calling it a career. 2 hours to midnight, and WMMS present the Sepultura North American Farewell Tour. It's called Celebrating Life Through Death. And they are bringing it to Cleveland for one last go-round with some special guests, Obituary, an Agnostic Front, and Claustrophobia, and you. Tuesday, October 8th at the Agora. You can always go to agoracleveland.com for the details. 2 tickets for you if you're caller 10 for Sepultura. I will see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians baseball tonight at 7:10. Beat the Reds in Cincinnati last night. They're hoping to do it again tonight. So we'll get out of here at 6:30, and then 6:40, your pregame will get underway on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Katie.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
Good. So I was listening to 2 Hours to Midnight 3 weeks ago, to be exact.
Yeah.
And it was 10:28, and you said this band growls, and they're awesome, and the song was like literally 6 minutes long, and I still don't know who it was.
I don't know either. I'd have to
No?
go.
Oh my
I'd have to go
God.
back and look at one of the playlists.
Yeah, dude,
I mean,
it was
I
so
post
awesome.
the playlist
I can't-
everywhere.
Do you?
Yeah, we have a Facebook
Okay.
page, and then I post them at WMMS.com. What week was that?
It was 3 weeks ago, and I remember it was at 10:28 exact on the radio because I looked because the song just I can't stop thinking about it. It was so awesome.
3 weeks ago.
It changed. Yeah, it changed like 5 times in the song, and it was like 6 minutes long, and it was so awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. That is my description of a lot of the songs I play there, so I'm not quite sure. But,
Yeah, they're like you're like they growl.
But if you go to WMMS.com and just hit 2 Hours to Midnight, I post the playlist there, and then we have a 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page.
All right, cool. I'll go on there. and
Thank you
look.
for listening, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, Katie. 2 Hours to Midnight is our metal show. It is Saturdays 10 to midnight. Mary, you want to hear a little taste of what's coming up this Saturday night?
Do I ever?
Brand new Lamb of God.
Yes.
Some classic Judas Priest.
Woo!
Godflesh
Even better.
from back in the day.
Blasphemous, but whatever.
Godflesh is blasphemous?
Don't worry about it.
This is all supposed to be blasphemous, by the way.
Ooh.
Great classic band called Cryptopsy. You want to hear some Cryptopsy?
Forever and ever. Oh, God. No, I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. Make it stop.
Damn!
Make it stop.
So good, dude. Oh, it's so good. So good.
No.
How about Nightwish? Maybe you like
anything like that?
Maybe you like symphonic metal. You know, we play all different kinds. It's not my favorite kind. But a Corey Roddick pick this week, because it's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. And every week we all throw in, and we play requests, and we play local metal. A couple of local bands this week. A band called Avowal, a band called Greyhaven. No, not Greyhaven. Who's the local band I'm playing? Divine Threat. You might like symphonic metal. Nightwish.
This is a cartoon.
That's why I'm not a huge fan. But it is metal. Invariably female-fronted. But boy, do they take their time getting going.
Yeah, it seems like it. They're in no rush, huh?
No, this is bad.
Yeah, okay. So not Nightwish. You might like it stonery, though, right? Like High Desert Queen?
I like this.
This is
music.
The best so far.
Yeah.
Sure, it's going to be terrible here in a second.
Why do you think it's going to be because of the singing, you mean?
That's what always happens.
Good scream.
Well, no, stonery, they don't really scream too much. It's more kind of... Anyway, that's a little taste of what's coming this Saturday night. On
Thanks for
2
that
hours to
taste.
midnight. I'm sorry?
Thanks for that taste.
Picking up your sarcasm.
Nope. According to you, tone has nothing to do with anything. So I said what I said.
That is true. You are correct. So anyway, there's that. I'll tell you what. Speaking of Lamb of God, they dropped the Riot Fest lineup today. And everybody is... Now, they moved Riot Fest. If you've ever gone, it's been in Douglas Park in Chicago for 15 friggin' years, which is a park in the city, not in a great spot of town, but that's what kind of made it fun.
That's what I said Riot.
That's what makes it
Where
fun.
do you think you get the Riot?
But I guess they had a big falling out with the Chicago Park District, and so they dropped a notice a couple days ago. They said, hey, we're getting ready to announce Riot Fest, but we're moving it. And boy, do they move it. They moved it out to the burbs. But every band is on Riot Fest. 20th, 21st, and 22nd in Chicago. Fall Out Boy.
Yeah.
There's literally something for everybody on this tour. Or this show, festival. Fall Out Boy. Beck.
Yeah.
Slayer, who just broke up. St. Vincent. Offspring. Public Enemy. Pavement. Lamb of God and Mastodon, Cypress Hill, Sum 41, Newfound Glory, Taking Back Sunday, Clutch, Guar, an ass ton of like old school punk bands.
I like all that.
Descendants, Circle Jerks,
Lagwagon.
Lagwagon.
Yeah, I love Lagwagon.
Buzzcocks, DOA, the Dickies.
Dr. Dog's good too.
The Exploited. I'm playing them on Saturday night. Polaris. Just
Did you say Clutch?
Yeah, 100 bands are on this thing. So anyway, they've moved it out of the city, but for people who go to Riot Fest, I think that was the first show that the reunited Misfits played a few years ago. Literally something for everyone on this lineup. Fall Out Boy, of course, a hometown band, but they I'm not sure what kind of reception they get there. The Marley Brothers. All the living Marley Brothers are on the show. Performing Bob Marley songs. Suicidal Tendencies. And the Hives. Something Corporate. Remember them?
Yeah.
Oh, I love them. You want to talk
Spoon.
about emo, whiny music.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't, but I take your point.
Something corporate.
Yep. So, yeah.
Kavanaugh Park.
Oh, God. In the gym this morning, whoever was controlling the music was playing nonstop Blink-182. I was like, oh, God, Tom DeLonge's voice. I cannot. This is going to be a short sesh.
Hello there.
My time.
Where are you?
That was one of them. I Miss You starts playing. I'm like, this ain't pumping me up, homie. I got to start wearing headphones. Because I don't.
I'm surprised
That's crazy that you don't.
I don't. Because I'm fine. I don't need the... I don't need any inhibition in my range of motion, and there's too much stuff going on, at least for me. I'm not like a headphones at the gym guy, but maybe I'll start because I don't need to hear doing, 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 doing. Oh.
What if he was encouraging you?
Please hang yourself. What?
What if he was encouraging you? What if he was like, come on now, it's 2 more reps.
I don't like the voice. You know how you don't like
Push it harder, just 10 more pounds.
So you're like aversion therapy then. Like I got so used to it wouldn't bother me anymore.
Well, like because he's being motivating.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I don't I don't think so. Alan, what's the June code? Oh, Cleveland Clothing Company. The June code is, what's the June code, Bill?
Oh, the June code is, man, boy, do I forget it.
Cardinal?
Cardinal. Yeah, Cardinal. Yeah, good job, Mary.
Yep.
Good job.
The cardinal rule is to not remember or to not forget the promo code. 20% off at CLA Clothing Company all through the month of June. Which, I mean, Jesus, we're almost already halfway through June, so use it. If Mary was to, what? Oh. If Mary was to drink her metal music, what would that sound like? That's a weird way to put it. I don't know what that would sound like, but I take your point. I don't know. How would I possibly know whether? Oh,
sounds pretty metal to me.
Yeah.
And I know metal.
Well, so you lean more towards the Clutch side of, and I don't think of Clutch as a metal band, but I mean it's you know,
rock,
for all intents and purposes, I'll throw all that stonery stuff into the metal show because we all like it.
Volbeat?
That's a hard rock band. I don't think of them as a metal band.
I
think
like
of,
one of their songs.
Yeah, no, I think they're real good. I don't think of them as a metal band.
I bet you can guess which song I like.
The Devil's Bleeding Crown?
Nope.
What's the one that's Lala Montez?
Nope. Maybe you can't guess it.
Volbeat. I mean, they got a bunch of songs. You like
Still Counting?
Pool of Booze?
Yep. Still Counting.
Oh, still.
Whatever.
Why is
popular song.
Why is that
That's
the
most
one?
popular song.
Oh,
I
it
love
is?
It. Yes, I love this song.
I think Lola Montez is my favorite.
I like The Devil's Bleeding Crown. This is their most popular song?
Oh, that's not the right word.
I thought Heaven or Hell was their biggest song. I don't know what their biggest song is. Is that the one?
Oh.
You talking about
That's
Still
the one,
Counting?
but they don't say that. They say a-holes.
Oh, well, this is the radio version.
Well, I don't
We're on the
like it.
radio,
What is my-
Mary.
Yeah, Mary.
Since when?
Yeah, these guys are like kind of a Danish rockabilly. They I think, do a lot of interesting things, yeah. But I don't think of them as a metal
I saw him
band.
a few years ago. It is, well, still married. Jesus.
Oh, God, I saw
Yeah.
them a long time ago on, like, a festival or something. Yeah, they were good.
2014. Yeah, 10 years ago I saw them, and they were at the Agora, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, they were fine.
Before they even updated the Agora.
Yep. Now, the guy who does Volbeat, the guy who formed it, he used to be a singer in a death metal band. But he just wanted to do something different, I guess. All right.
It's like Clutch Light,
Clutch Light.
don't you think?
No. No, I don't know, because they can rise to the occasion with it. You know, if they went on the road with Clutch, it'd be a.
They have.
Have they?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. It's kind of Nickelbacky. It's all riff. It's all riff rock, but yeah, it's fine. I mean, they don't do anything I don't like. But it's very Nickelbacky, isn't it?
It almost sounds exactly
yeah.
like
This sounds like Burn It to the
Burn It
Ground.
Down Tonight or whatever.
Like almost exactly.
That's the same guitar.
Like somebody's going to get sued.
Right.
Why haven't they already? Tell Mary John Legend is performing with the Cleveland Orchestra at Blossom in August.
Well, that's cool.
You didn't like the orchestra, though.
I've never seen orchestra live, but classical
You're a big
music-
John Legend fan?
No, I don't. I think they might have confused John Legend with John Mayer.
Probably.
Ah, well, possibly so. Yeah, okay. So anyway, Riot Fest, there's somebody there for everyone in September in Chicago. They've changed the venue. If you've ever been before, you know where Douglas Park is, but they're putting it at, it's not way out in the burbs, but it's in Bridgeville, which you're going to have to haul a little ass, depending on where you're coming from. And it's in some...
Yeah, if you live in Bridgeville, you're like, hey.
It's right up the street.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Bridgeview.
Bridgeview, whatever.
At the SeatGeek Stadium. So perfect. That's okay. Guy in North Royalton, just very quickly, I like the cut of his jib. Guy gets pulled over. It was just a dumb thing in the police blotter. Guy gets pulled over because he had run a red light. Guy in a Jeep Grand Cherokee ran a red light, and cop pulls him over. And he tells the cop, I thought I had it. And he ran the red light. He said he was headed to North Royalton to meet a girl. And when the cop asked him if he had anything illegal in the car, the guy goes, nope, just these weapons. And then he flexed his biceps.
Oh, God.
You have any guns in the car? Just these. He also denied drinking, but admitted to smoking marijuana, quote, a long time ago. That's when the officer observed a pipe, a one-hitter, a grinder, and a jar in the car. There were also 2 unsealed mason jars full of Everclear in the car, and he failed his field sobriety test. Listen, you North Royaltonians, boy, you people out there getting yourselves into the police blotter, God bless you. I mean, as long as you're not hurting another person and left to your own devices, I guarantee you eventually will. But it's fascinating to me how many people out there are getting hammered and trying to go somewhere else.
Go meet a girl.
Go to meet a girl in North Royalton. She can have Whiskey D by the time you get there. What a good time for her.
Nice
see about
nice
a
little
girl.
gift.
What's that?
I said, what a nice little gift.
I said, I got to go see about a girl. Give up my ticket.
What?
Oh, it's Goodwill Hunting.
Oh.
He stole my line.
So, yeah, just please be careful, but the comments that people are making to officers about their biceps or they don't have...
Smoked weed a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was a long time
It was
ago.
a long time ago. It was way back there. It was way back there.
I was a different person back then.
Laura is a recent...
It's got vibes of the Mitch Hedberg joke. I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to.
But I
too.
also used to as well. Time's a flat circle. Laura is one of our bureau chiefs. She's a recent addition to the list. She splits her time between Madison, Florida, and Valdosta, Georgia. But she wanted to point out that she grew up in Bedford, Ohio, home of the Bedford Strawberry Festival, Mary's favorite thing in the whole wide world.
It was an experience.
Laura said her uncle used to run it.
Does she have an explanation for the lack of strawberries?
I don't know about that. Well, climate change, probably. Or
not enough bees.
They just couldn't get people to work to pick them. No, I saw that.
Nobody wants to do.
Nobody wants to work anymore.
Migrant work.
That's what everybody says. They go, nobody wants to work anymore. Despite what you're seeing on Fox News, by the way, like the violent crime rate has plunged around the country, right? Violent crime way down. Because nobody wants to work anymore. That's got to be part of it. The crimes work. Violent crime is down. The murder rate in the United States is plunging. And I don't know if that's good news or bad news for law enforcement. But crime is work. And I think it probably just goes to when people say nobody wants to work anymore. That also involves people who are doing illegal work. And all crime is going down, by the way. Rapes are down. Murders down. Property crime went down. An historic decline in homicides. So the top murder cities in the country have each seen a precipitous decline in people getting killed. New Orleans, Seattle, Boston, Baltimore, Philly, Chicago. A big drop. So what that tells me is those of you who are on the wrong side of the law, you're just not trying hard enough. You're not.
You got to really want it.
You're not committed
It's a lifestyle.
What's holding you back?
Now, here's what I think. This is it's through the looking glass, but the pandemic shot the homicide rate way up because people were angry, they were frustrated, they were cooped up, and, there were a lot of people cooped up with people that they normally weren't cooped up with. And
their kids and wives.
Yeah, they got real murdery. And so it's perhaps in response to that. But who knows? It's something to consider.
Murder rates are down because I'm not on the road killing it this year.
Mary Santora is going to be live. Where are you out tonight? You got spots tonight?
I got one little tiny show in Brooklyn.
Now, will the murder rate go up when you're on stage there?
They don't typically like me in Brooklyn, but we'll see how it goes.
Too woke?
Yeah.
What's up,
not woke
wokesters?
Enough, right?
No, they're too woke.
They're too woke.
Okay. Too woke.
Last time I was in Brooklyn, I was doing jokes, and I kind of looked around, nobody's laughing, and I was like, I might be Republican, honestly. You guys, I don't even know what's going on here. Like, I feel like I don't know what's funny anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did anybody do well on the show?
Yes.
Other Brooklyn comics?
Here's what happened at this show. This was an interesting thing. If I were to say this line, what would you think it meant? If I were to say, my girlfriend's a personal trainer, and she's been asking me to come in and let her train me.
You have a girlfriend.
Body shaming.
Oh,
lesbian.
You would think I was a lesbian?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm misusing the term girlfriend because I refer to, like, anyone who's a female and a friend in my life as a girlfriend.
Right.
And it got an applause break when I said my girlfriend's a personal trainer. Everybody clapped.
Maybe they were health fanatics.
Well, I looked around and I go, that was a really weird place to clap. And I go, wait a minute. Are you guys, because I said that. I was like, are you guys clapping for fitness or do you think that I'm gay? And they were like, oh, you said girlfriend. And I was like, that's why I don't like doing comedy here.
Oh, God, that's all it takes?
That's all it takes.
Right, but I would think that wouldn't even be I would think that would be so regular that it wouldn't even be applause worthy.
It's like every single comic in Brooklyn and it starts their set with, so I'm bisexual or I'm gay or I'm non-binary or I'm this or I'm transitioning. Like it's every time anybody says it, it gets an applause break.
Are these people that only primarily work Brooklyn?
Yes.
It's
not really work.
Right.
These shows aren't paid. They're like bar shows. But
I mean, do you ever have conversations like, what's your big plan? Big picture? I mean, you're not going to...
She doesn't want to talk to him.
Or are these just hobbyists?
I think they're just hobbyists.
Yeah,
I think they're just kind of doing it in like they're never going to go on the road.
Oh, I see.
They're just doing it in Brooklyn and having a good time and getting applauded for being bisexual.
I see. Because it's for that crowd, it's home runs every time.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see. Yes.
Well, you're out there doing the hard stuff.
But does anybody laugh?
Yeah, that's the other question.
Sometimes they're not a very laughy audience, though. Yeah. Like
it's clapter.
I'm not even saying for me.
Right.
I'm saying in general, when I do shows in Brooklyn, it's not usually big laughs. It's a lot of agreeing and head nodding and like I don't even know how to describe it.
It's clapter.
It's not fun.
Yeah. Why are you doing it?
Yeah, why are you
doing
this?
The show that I have tonight. What am I going to do?
Not do it. If you don't like the audience and you don't like the crowd, why do it?
Keep hoping that it might be a different audience. You know?
How many times will you go back before you figure it out?
I mean, this is every experience. So
maybe you'll win them over.
Maybe I will.
Or just let them think you're gay.
And
then
like,
when you talk about your boyfriend, you're going to blow their heads up.
But then they'll be like, oh my God, how amazing. She's open. She's bi.
She's poly. Oh my
poly.
God.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
I feel like if there was just a woman that went on stage and said, I am a straight woman, I'd be like, I haven't heard that in a while.
That's what I'm saying.
I've said that before. I've done that.
So many women that I've never seen them date a woman, but they are all bisexual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done that at a Brooklyn show before. Well, let's be 15, not really 15, like 6 gay, bi, whatever, LGBTQ comics in a row. And I'll go up and be like, I'm a straight, and I know that's very brave to say here, so you better clap for me.
Is there at least one other person at these shows where you two of you looking at each other like, hey, or is it just you're on an island?
It depends. Some of them are fun. Some of them are not so, like, snooty.
Right.
It's just kind of hit or miss. I just typically, I mean, I'm a stepmom from Ohio. You know what I mean? Like my material my life experiences
now you're gonna
are
get people
not,
mad here.
I know, because I'm not, well, you don't get married. whatever.
You just can't make anybody happy, can you?
But yeah, my experiences are not the experiences of these 20-somethings in Brooklyn. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and that probably wouldn't be the case irrespective of if you were in the situation you're in.
Being 34.
Yeah.
Right.
Huh. Well, hopefully you'll have
It'll be fine.
some fun tonight.
We're going to do great.
I'm going to break. I'm going to send a text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everyone.
is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. If you want to send a text, you can listen on iHeartRadio, wherever you are. Comedian Cam Patterson is going to join us in here tomorrow, doing some dates and hilarities this weekend. And then Friday, our buddy Adam Ferrara is back in here. Go to hilarities.com to find out who's playing when, because both of those guys are doing shows here this weekend. Guardians baseball is tonight. That's a 7:10 start. Second of two there in the Ohio Cup. Guardians over the Reds last night, 5-3, so they'll try to take it again tonight before they go up to Toronto for the weekend series against the Blue Jays. And then by Tuesday, they'll be back here in the friendly confines of Progressive Field to take on Ken Griffey Jr. and the Seattle Mariners. Ichiro Suzuki. Who else played for the Mariners? Gaylord Perry and the Seattle Mariners. Did you guys play the Powerball this last time around?
No.
No? Well, somebody won it. And
good thing I didn't play.
I texted my wife because the winning ticket was purchased in her hometown at a place where her brother used to work back in high school.
Dang. Could have been you, man.
The Food Castle convenience store in Grand Blanc is where my wife's from. Well, she's not from the Food Castle. Outside Flint. $842 million. There's a group called the Breakfast Club, and this is a little group of people that would throw in on lottery tickets. It included a couple who were on the verge of retirement and described themselves as already comfortable. It's going to make you feel good. And a lawyer from Grand Rapids who also was a big winner there. The group opted for the cash lump sum of $305 million. Man, you don't even get half. Man. That's still a lot of money. But yeah, they won the big old Powerball there. The middle-aged couple. Well, I thought they were an elderly couple. It says middle-aged couple who were, I guess, so comfortable that they were getting ready to retire in middle age. And they said, now we're not financially bound to any specific timetable. I'm really of two minds, you know, when it comes to lottery winners. Because on the one hand, I think it drives people nuts when somebody who is already not of limited means wins the lottery. That would drive anybody crazy. That somebody who is already in pretty good shape wins more money. Right? It's what drives everybody crazy about the system we live in. On the other hand, when people who have no money win the lottery, you worry that they're going to blow through it. And again, it's none of our business, right? It's not money that anybody earned. It's pure luck and pure good luck. Or, Mary, fate.
There it is.
Is it fate when someone wins the lottery?
Depends on how often they play. It depends on, like, if you're just wandering through and you're like, let me try this lottery ticket, that's fate. But if you play every day, then you're kind of setting yourself up for it. You know?
Yeah, but and again, I can't claim to understand the math of the lottery. People have explained it to me 4 billion times, and I still don't understand when they say your odds don't increase the more tickets you buy.
They don't.
Okay, so if you buy a bunch of tickets, it's not fate. I mean, you're not setting yourself up to win.
I mean, I'm saying the frequency with which you buy. If you buy every day.
I see.
Like it's part of your daily routine.
So if you regularly play the lottery, it's fate smiling on you.
No, it's not fate.
Oh.
It's part of your routine. Bound to pay off at some point.
Right,
the more random an occurrence is, the more it's attributed to fate.
I see.
Like if I don't even know what to compare it to.
I'm just saying there are people who play the lottery every day of their lives and never win.
Mm-hmm. That's why it's not fate.
So they were not fated to win.
Correct.
Fate was not on their side.
Not this time.
Huh.
Not with this.
I wonder why.
There is no rhyme or reason.
Ah.
That's your problem, is you keep trying to apply logic to things, and there's no
Well, no, not
reason to.
logic. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to coincidence either. That's what makes a coincidence. I guess my question is, how do you discern a coincidence from fate, if you believe in fate? Because there's no rhyme or reason to
Fate
coincidence.
has a meaning, coincidence doesn't.
Ah. But isn't that retroactively assigned?
Can't we just apply
No.
meaning to whatever we want, though?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, when people go, well, everything happens for a reason. Well, that's not true. You looked at the breadth and depth of the situation and said, well, here, this is the meaning I attach to it. Things don't happen for a reason.
That's fine for you to believe that way.
So, you, by not playing the lottery with any regularity, you're not setting yourself up for fate to eventually smile on you. Seems like a missed
you're not listening
opportunity.
to anything I'm saying.
Huh?
The
Oh,
more
the less you
random
play.
It is. Yes, the more random an occurrence is, the more it has to do with fate.
I see.
If you do something every single day, that's just part of your routine.
That's just
at that
called
point.
practice.
Yeah. Like if I go to the
What if
same
you
Subway
never
stop-
play? What is the ultimate fate if you never play the lottery and win it?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the wildest thing that's ever
Uh
happened.
huh.
That'd be
But
like if
that's
you-
fate. That might get me to believe in fate.
That's like
I've
people
never
who-
once played the lottery and I won the Powerball.
Yes, that's people who have never played the lottery but will find a winning ticket on the ground. That's fate.
But that's coincidence.
If there's two people and one of them lunges for the ticket and gets it first, they were fated to get that ticket.
Well, they might just be faster.
They were fated to be faster.
No.
What I'm saying is, like, how high do we stack the elements of fate?
I don't know.
They were were they fated to be faster? Were they fated to be luckier?
No, you're
Smarter,
not.
stronger?
Again, you're asking too many questions.
Oh.
That's
Don't
not
try
how
to-
fate works.
that's
you don't,
not how fate works.
You don't get answers. You don't.
Not at
You don't
all.
ask questions. Just
Well, then how does one arrive at that belief?
another question. Do you not understand it?
I'm not even halfway through them. How does one arrive at a belief in fate?
It's just that
Now, I'm curious. I'm not arguing. I don't think there's an argument. there,
whatever's going to happen to you is going to happen to you, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. It's the same thing with like predetermination for your life. A lot of people don't believe
Were
in
you
that.
raised? I was gonna say, were you raised a Calvinist or what?
No, I was raised Christian.
Well, that's what a Calvinist is, but they believe in predestination, predetermined.
No, I believe. So I don't know if I believe this anymore, but I believed for a long time that everything that's going to happen to you is going to happen to you. Whether you're going to get married, you're going to have a kid, or you're going to break a leg, whatever, all of that is predetermined. How you get there is on you. The choices you make to go left or right or whatever, you're still going to break your leg because you were meant to break your leg on June 12th.
Yeah,
so
but
that leg is getting broken on
But
June
how
12th.
would you? But if you say everything that's going to happen to you is going to happen to you, how would you know what was supposed to happen?
You
to
don't.
You don't.
That's the
Who
whole
does?
point of it. Whatever you believe. We've got higher power, the universe, whatever.
I see.
You don't know what's going to happen to you, which is kind of why you throw your arms up. You're like, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. There's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
If I'm meant to break my leg today, today's the day I'm breaking my leg. So I'm going to go about my life how I want to go about it, and that's what it is.
Hello, who's this?
Joe.
What's up, Joe?
Hate the show, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Alan, I got to disagree with you on something. You said that everything happens for a reason is false, right?
Well, I'm just saying I don't believe in fate. I believe in coincidence.
Oh, no, but that's not fate, though. When you said everything happens for a reason is not true, that's the exact opposite, because everything that happens in the entire earth happens for a reason. If it rains, it's because of the clouds. If it's sunny, it's because there was no clouds. If you fall, it's because you trip. I mean,
Well, those
everything happens for a
right,
reason.
but those are you're talking
That's a
about
cause and effect.
You're talking about external reasons. People who believe in fate believe in internal reasons. They believe everything happened for a reason for me.
Or for whoever.
Well-
It's not just about you.
I think what Mary said was true, because I mean, I hate to cite a movie, but the Butterfly Effect movie explains it really well. Like, he keeps trying to go back and change history. And every time he changes the slightest thing, the future ends up much, much different. So it does. Every decision you make is going to affect your future. Every single decision.
Right, but but you don't know which decision is going to create which outcome. So that doesn't mean fate. That to me, that's just the same thing. It's randomness. That's to me, that's proving what I'm saying.
You and Bill break your back to apply anything except fate. Oh no, that's randomness.
We don't
that's
have
coincidence.
to. No,
that's
we don't.
That.
You're misinterpreting. We don't have to. We're not the backbreakers in this situation. We don't have to break our backs to say things are random. That you got to break your back to come to the conclusion that fate is involved, because fate implies.
Alan, don't you think?
Fate implies some external mover, right? Listen, people who believe in fate are largely like religious, or they believe in a higher power. I don't believe in that. So obviously, I'm more secular in my thinking. I lean toward science, and there's simply no evidence to prove fate otherwise. There's nothing to disprove it. Obviously, we don't know. Like they talk about
fate, you wouldn't. You said you would know, like either. I don't think you would know if it was fate. That's what makes it fate, is because.
Well, no, that's not
nothing you planned or.
Well, you can't disprove a negative, right? So it's like you can't say, well, you don't know. Yes, that's true, and it's just a matter of belief. But I guess it just.
So what do you?
I guess I'm curious. I'm always curious how people arrive at their beliefs, and a lot of them are instilled. And we all have beliefs that we think are true and aren't, right? So if every single person really examines their beliefs, you will find some where you're like, oh, well, that turned out to not be true. Obviously, you can't prove or disprove fate, but it depends on, for instance, if everything's predetermined, then you couldn't say that free will existed.
Well, that's what I was saying, is that you have free will in how you get there. Your free will exists in you're gonna break your leg today. If you step out in front of a car, that might happen. If you wear too high heels on cobblestone, it might happen. But today's the day you break your leg.
Right, but my point is, if everything is predetermined,
that is your free will. How you get there.
But that's not free will. Whatever we think if it's predetermined, then whatever we think we're choosing is an illusion.
No, you have. Well, then who else is choosing it then?
Well, that's where people end up believing in a higher power. I'm saying you don't need a higher power, because it's all coincidence. There is no prime mover.
You know, even as a Christian, which I am, God doesn't make my decisions for me. I think He knows my fate, but I make my own decisions. That's my free will.
Okay.
It's almost like being able to look 10 years down the line, if you had a crystal ball and said, oh, Alan's going to end up in Los Angeles in 10 years.
I mean,
I'm making you go there.
I mean, there's evidence that leans toward the fact that scientifically we don't have free will, because our brains know what we're going to do before we do. And so it's just chemicals and things firing before we even come up with them, external stimuli and things like that. So we're not even really in charge of that. Now, that's still up for debate.
Our brains control us?
Huh? Our brains do control us. Of course. It's all chemicals. It's all.
Our brains lay things out, but ultimately it's our decision to make those choices.
But your brain.
Well, what are you making the choice with?
Your brain has sent a signal. When you want to go pick something up, your brain has sent the signal to move your arm nanoseconds before you've been able to do it. So your brain is sending that stuff before you've even considered it.
That doesn't even make sense.
So
that's like the Republican argument.
That's science. Again,
no, that's like the argument that you get pregnant 3 days before conception. That doesn't even make any sense.
Nobody says you get pregnant before conception.
Yes, yes.
No, they don't.
Dude, it's there.
They think that they got plenty of fakakta beliefs. Joe, thank you for the call. They got plenty of weirdo beliefs like there's a heartbeat in 2 hours, all that kind of nonsense. Nobody's saying that you're pregnant. How can you be pregnant?
It's 0%.
Who says that?
My brother told me this. That in the Bible it
your
says
brother
life
believes
begins
all
3 days
kind.
before conception.
Your brother believes ridiculous things.
And I'm saying if he's not the only person who could possibly believe that, but that's what you're trying to say.
But that's not true.
You're trying to say that you sit there and your brain decided I'm going to pick up this napkin. And
not brain decided. Just that. The moment that we do something, Those signals have already been sent nanoseconds ahead of time. So all I'm saying is...
But you're also deciding if you're going to pick it up or not.
Maybe.
You don't have to.
Maybe not. I'm not a neuroscientist. I just know that there are some who are experts in that field who believe that the quote-unquote free will is a myth because of the science of how our brains work in coordination with our bodies. I don't know if that's true, but there are a number of people in that field who have exponentially more expertise than I do who believe that. So I don't know. I've never heard anybody say, I don't know how you could even physiologically come to the conclusion that someone is pregnant before conception. The word conception literally means how can you conceive before you've conceived?
I think what they would probably say is because the egg was in the right spot for it to be fertilized.
Then that's the conception. It's not conception. It's not conceived before conception. But anyway, it doesn't matter, right? None of it matters. Mary will tell us that. Mary and I agree on that.
Nothing matters.
None of it matters. But yeah. By the way, it seems to me, it must be a set rate. Circling back to the lottery thing. The convenience stores, the places that sell the winning ticket get a cut, but they get like $50,000. I could see getting $50,000 if it was $1 million scratcher. But if somebody wins the Powerball, you'd think they'd get a different percentage of that. Unless it's just a flat, no matter how much money these other people are winning, you get $50,000. The owners of the convenience store said that they will share the $50,000 with their employees and donate to local food pantries. So take that as your daily inspiration. Ooh, I got a break. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. Guardians baseball tonight. They took the Reds last night. They're going to try to do it again tonight down in Cincinnati, tonight at 7:10 on MMS.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 20th and 21st.
On one stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Capital One cardholders can score their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets first, right now, before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last, or until Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss.
Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi,